hat. And so he said, well, take it from me. So I had to go over there, man. I went,
So you busted him.
and I reclaimed the hat for the Shriners. But then I found myself in Miami, and a Shriner came up to me and says, "Sir, you're not a Shriner. You can't wear that hat." Then I told them of the whole story and how I saved the honor, and they say you're an honorary Shriner. True story. Scout's
Scout's
honor.
honor.
Scout's honor. You know,
Okay.
I still know my scout thing. On
You, you look like
on my honor, I will do my best to do my duty to God and my country, to obey the scout law, to help other people at all times, to keep myself physically strong, mentally awake, and morally straight. I probably flubbed a couple words in there, but yeah,
nobody would ever believe you were reading it off your computer.
I am not. And then the other one was a scout is trustworthy, kind, a scout is trustworthy, kind, courteous, thrifty, and something else. I still remember the what do they call that thing? The alma mater from my high school, because I used to sing it in the chorus. With praise, we raise our voices. To thee we will be true. Miami Springs, we say to thee, you're always in our farts. I mean hearts. So are we live now, Scott? I can't hear you, Scott.
I can't hear him either, but I can hear you.
Yeah, Scott, we can't hear you. Maybe that's a good thing.
I don't know.
No?
It makes my.
Wow, what a nice background. Oh, maybe I can do my beach now because
I think it makes my head look funny though.
yeah, that's just how life is sometimes.
You guys don't hear me, huh?
Now we hear
Do
you.
now.
Hey, you're
Oh, you
back.
do. Okay, that's good.
Scotty.
Hey, there's
We're cooking with
there's
gas.
David.
That's
Scotty,
right.
we missed you. We missed
I
you.
know.
Thirsty? All right. There we go. Coming to you
I
from the.
I don't have my Shriner hat though. I never got one. I was never a Shriner. I was.
Ladies and gentlemen, the great Dave Levy.
That's true. That's true.
You know what's funny, Dave? I know the owner of the Mai Kai restaurant here in Fort Lauderdale, and his name is David Levy.
I don't think he's paying any attention to you, Serge.
I don't know if he can hear. Can you hear us,
Yeah.
David? He's not hearing yet.
I don't think he hears us.
Hello, David.
Hello, Scotty.
There
Oh,
he
David,
is.
there we go.
Okay. So Sergio said he met your doppelganger at a bar somewhere in
The Mai
Fort
Kai.
Lauderdale. Is that right?
The legendary Mai Kai.
At the Mai Kai. Oh, wow.
Yeah, the owner of the Mai Kai. His name is Dave Levy.
Oh.
Yeah.
David has a lot of things, but he does not have a collection of tiki cups. He does not.
No, he does not.
No, but he's got other stuff. He's got
I think
other
he
really
needs it. I
cool
think he
stuff.
needs-
So
Is that an Astro Oscar back there on the wall?
it is.
Up there on the upper.
It is. Yeah,
there?
you can see the Astro Oscar. It was
Wow.
made by none other than Michael D. Reynolds. Yeah.
Nice.
hmm So, what did you guys think of the whole experience so far? With you guys have been broadcasting for 3 nights, and this is our final night here. Are you sad? Are you happy? How do you
I'm
think?
sad.
I'm
You're
happy.
sad. Oh,
It's like I told you earlier. I have the Sunday morning blues already.
oh.
Star party's over, and I got to pack up and go home.
You got to pack up and go
Oh my
home. The
God.
best part is you don't have to pack up, and you are already home.
True.
That's not
Yeah.
a bad name.
But
for- you know what?
I feel you. I feel you. I had the same feeling, you know. So it was. I was talking to Terry Mann earlier today. You know, today is the International Day of Women and Girls in Science, and so she was on, and we were. But before she came on to talk about all that stuff, we were just talking about Winter Star Party, and we were both close friends with Tippy Dioria and Donald Parker and Mike Reynolds and all these guys, and she was on the show. She was chatting, and she saw somebody mention, like, well, why are they showing all these old guys on, or these old videos and stuff, and they don't realize the legacy of what Winter Star Party is all about. So she was, from her perspective and mine, and I think from a lot of people that have gone to Winter Star Party, to see it like that, to hear Tippy's voice again, and to see all these things, really just kind of brings back so many incredible memories, and reminds me of why I would come back to Winter Star Party again and again. And
they're such funny people too.
Yeah.
You know what? For my money, you could play Tippy's opening address at every Winter Star Party henceforth.
All right, well,
Maybe
there we
we
go.
should.
From now on for the Winter
Maybe
Star
you
Parties.
should. Yeah, I think that it's not a bad idea.
We'll get some nice big video panels, and we'll air it on that on the grounds.
Video panels are so inexpensive these days, so, but I would recommend it. Yeah, that's a great idea, Russ. So we are, I think everybody that's watched the program so far has been very happy. We've already got people logged in now watching.
Okay, we're live?
We've been live.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got to let a couple people know.
Yeah. Chris Larson says he's watching from 2,500 feet in the beautiful Sierra Nevadas of Northern California. We've got Mike Wiesner on, Cameron Gillis on, Chris Larson on. Let's see. I don't know if I'm going to pronounce this right. Guzzy Alpha is the name. He says, tell me this isn't the final day of Winter Star Party. Okay, you can lie. All right, no, it's not. This is going to happen every night from now on. No, Winter Star Party happens once a year, but by broadcasting it like this, simulcasting it, they're putting it out for perpetuity, and you can rewatch these
Steve,
programs again and again.
We are on, Steve.
Yeah.
Log in.
And
yeah, Steve's trying to find us. Let's see.
Steve.
Hey, Mike Wiesner. I need to know how to get the bottom off of my ancient LX90 so I can replace the drive board. In touch with me, please.
Yeah, there you go. You found us?
I found you.
All right.
Russ, Scott, you, and who's that?
That's Dave Levy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
We're so proud.
Steve, you got your camera on?
Okay. Have fun. Bye. All right. Steve is on. We'd like to say a special shout out to Steve from the Winter Star Party thingy. Yeah. And SCAS. Steve Van
That's
Ryn.
right.
Steve Van Ryn.
Steve Van Ryn. All right.
Our most
Shout out for you.
excellent go-to repairman ever.
He's Dutch,
Oh, that's cool. James the Astrophotography says this has been a wonderful week of broadcast, Scott. You've done, not me. I mean, it's these guys. Again, I just connect up
Scott
the wires.
just touches a button and it goes.
Yeah, I strip the wires off, and then I see them spark, and then it comes alive, and here it is.
And he gets all the credit, I tell you.
Now, what's wonderful about this is that all of you guys, having David Levy here, all the legacy videos that you guys put together, the editing, the excitement, the promotion, all of this stuff has come together to make this a great online event. So we really.
By the way, if anybody really wants to go take a look on our WSP channel, there are hundreds of talks available to watch from past years.
Winter Star Party and the Southern Cross Astronomical Society. I mean, it is their charter to do educational outreach, and you're going to find a lot of stuff with them. So.
And I have quite several of them that I ripped from the DVDs that Charlie gave me. Yeah. And those will be coming up little by little because I'm going to be fixing them up, make them pretty. Awesome. Adding the logo of the Winter Star Party of the year that they were on, and stuff like that. So
that's
those
great.
will be coming up, little by little. Let me take a little break from this because this has been kind of crazy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
take a
so
little
I
break
got your,
and then
I
I'll
got
start
your,
working on
all
that.
your sections loaded up here. And I am, Cameron Gillis says, I love the authenticity of these live streams. Welcome to the golden age of astronomy. That's right. So that's a very nice comment
You
there.
know, while we're on the air, I just want to tell you, Sergio, I'm amazed by what you've done. I
Oh,
really am.
Thank you.
Me
Thank
too.
you.
You
Me
get
too.
some amazing cred for this one.
And I gotta say, Russ, you know, a little whole segments, man, you're really good at those. They're excellent. Especially like the hey, it's time for some of those Mickey's brownies.
That's right. And I did order some, so.
That's
yeah?
good.
But we should get to Mr. Levy here. David has done tirelessly, has come on and done all intros for all of our global star parties, all of our special events that we've done. He is, this is now the 4 out of 4 for the Winter Star Party. And so I did want to mention that he has a wonderful book about the night watchman's journey. You can get this from Starzona. Go on to starzona.com. I did check online to make sure you could order it. Okay, so if you go on his website, starzona.com, search for A Night Watchman's Journey, put in David Levy's name, you're going to find the book. It's a great book with incredible information about searching for comets, an incredible book about David's life, his hardships, his thrills, everything. And, you know, it's such a wonderful personal account from a person that has devoted his life to the search for comets, but also for outreach to the public to teach them about the wonders of the night sky. So David comes on our programs to talk about to give commentary on our events, but he also adds a touch of poetry to every event that we do, and I think that that's a great way to start off our events. And so we're going to turn it over to you. Guys, Russ and Sergio, is there any last words you want to say before we wind up or start the final day of Winter Star Party?
I just want to say that Dave's poetry yesterday was exceptional.
Yeah.
And I hope he could live up to that today.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Russ.
I just want to thank everybody who tuned in for watch the Winter Star Party. And hey, next year it's going to be live, and I'll expect to see you all in South Florida in the Keys.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. Take care. All right, it's all yours, David.
Well, thank you, Scotty, and thanks, Sergio, and thank you, Russ, for these wonderful things that you said. And I look forward to going back to the Keys at some point for some future in-person Winter Star Party. I've been there a number of times, and while I was there, I did my favorite type of observing, which is taking out a telescope and searching for comets. The telescope that I would always bring to the Star Party is this one right here. It is there. It is Minerva. It's a telescope that I have had since 1967, and I still use it. And it's the one that I take when I go to a star party like the Winter Star Party. My quote for tonight is going to be very simple. It's Soren Kierkegaard's 5 words: faith sees best in the dark. Some of you have heard that. I know that President Biden has uttered those words a number of times, and I think it means a lot. And I don't see the darkness as being negative. I think I see it as being positive. And I know that Scotty has asked me never to sing again, and so I will definitely promise not to sing again.
That's pretty harsh.
I was singing with you last time.
And so
I was singing,
and I will not sing what Paul Simon wrote. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. And he has himself introduced the darkness as being a friend. And to me, it is. When the sun sets and the stars come out, it's the positive side of darkness, which means a lot to me. So my quote tonight is actually these words: Our fondness for the stars has touched our souls. We all share the feeling of discovery, whether the object we have found is new to all or new only to us. That thrill penetrates our being as we try to describe through drawings, photographs, or words how we have been changed by the universe sharing a secret with us. And now back to you, Scotty. Thank you and enjoy the Winter Star Party.
Thank you
Thank
very
you, dude.
much. Thank you. Yeah, and I mean, just from us here, all of us at Explore Scientific really want to thank the Southern Cross Astronomical Society, especially for you, Russ and Sergio. It was wonderful to have you on. I feel like we've become closer friends. Certainly, Russ, I think this is the first chance that we've had to talk to each other very much. Sergio, I've known for years. He's always gregarious. He's always fun to be around, and so I can't wait to get back under the Keys skies and look at the southern hemisphere objects and that steady seeing that you have down there, and just getting that whole. One of the statements they always put on the Winter Star Party is getting your latitude adjustment. Okay, yeah. And it's true. You feel it when you go down there.
Oh yeah.
And so it was very cool. Any last words?
I love those nights that I get to. I love those nights that I get to experience the Duval Nebula.
Duval.
Where you go to Duval Street and everything's hazy like a nebula.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, that's right. The Key West is a world, is a universe all of its own. So,
some strange cookies down there.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Okay. Well, thank you guys. We're gonna switch over now, and we will reconvene at a later time.
That's it. We're gonna go on now.
We're gonna go on now.
Oh, it's early.
Is it time?
No, it's 6:50.
Not time. It's not quite
10
time.
minutes.
Yeah, we got more. Okay.
Yeah. We can talk a little bit about tonight's show if you like.
All right. Well, let's talk about what's going to be on tonight then.
All right.
We've got.
Over here to my, let me come over here to my schedule. Here we go.
Okay.
Well, tonight we're gonna have something very important. Tonight is we're gonna have the tribute to Tippy, featuring yourself. Who else? A bunch of folks. Terry Mann. Sharon Grant. She's from a star part from SCAS back in the day. She was there at the beginning. Barbara Harris. Thank you.
Stephen O'Meara.
Oh wow.
O'Meara.
Yeah.
Dave. God, I forgot his name. Benbow. God, I can't remember his name.
Bob Benward.
Bob Benward. Thank you.
Yeah.
We're also
sorry, Bob.
Sorry for mangling that name there.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. And now we're also gonna take a little trip to the FIU Observatory, which our very own Tim Kahn helped design.
Oh, that's cool.
So yeah, so he designed it over there,
Mm-hmm.
and Dave Cottorell, who's a good friend of the Winter Star Party from Toronto, Canada.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably in several feet of snow right now, and he's gonna. One of the things that I had spoken to him, and I reached out to him about doing this for us, was because I know for years he's been involved on measuring binary stars, and he would always tell me about it. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty interesting and stuff. So when we decided to do the virtual edition, I reached out to him and said, Dave, that thing you've always talked to me about, the binary stars, it would be great if you could do like a nice explanation so people can learn what it's all about, and it's really involved. It's really, the history of it is pretty fascinating. So I think people will get a kick out of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also got Don Parker. He's going to talk about weather in the solar system, and I'm not talking about weather on Earth, just weather that is created by the sun throughout the solar system and how it affects the different planets and stuff.
Yeah.
And we got Trace Dominguez, who's the current host of the Channel 2 PBS's Stargazer. Used to be Jack Horkheimer first, then it went to Dean Regas and James Albury, which we've had here on the Star Party. And now he's the guy who's carrying the torch. So he's going to have a little presentation that he used to do when he used to work for Discovery Digital Media about giant telescopes. And he takes us into the Discovery Telescope in Flagstaff, Arizona, which is owned by the Lowell Observatory.
Oh, right.
So that's a really nice in-depth view of the scope and all that kind of stuff. And then we're going to have Andy Campbell again doing a presentation that he did for the Vic South Star Party down in Australia. So, so we got a lot of goodies tonight.
Yeah, that's good. So you got both hemispheres going on. You got a global audience here too. And so that it kind of matches up. It's great.
Yeah. Sergio, did I miss the observatory dedication?
Yes, you did. That was on Tuesday night, I believe. Night 2. Yeah, you missed it. Did you ever get it? I sent it to you.
Yes, I did.
I sent you that in Tippy's tribute. Okay.
Yeah, that was great.
I wasn't able to edit in time. I just didn't have the time to edit the tour of the Oria Observatory, but we will put that on our website or our YouTube page as soon as it's done.
Very cool.
Just ran out of time, man. Didn't have time.
Very cool. Yep. Right.
It was too much.
Well, you got a lot of cool stuff coming up already, so it's very good.
I'm looking forward to Don Parker.
Yes. Now, Don was big on space weather, and I remember him telling me, we were talking about, the effect of the global warming effect, and he said, well, it's not just happening on Earth, and I said, well, what do you mean? And he says, well, he said, he and I think it was Jeff Bish and I think Tippy was involved with this. Anyways, 3 or 4 guys. And, Don had access to a lot of data, especially about Mars and the sun. And they collected weather data. And we're talking about a 4-century collection of data. And what they did is they plotted it all, okay? And they plotted it all. And what you find is solar activity, okay? And then you see the Martian ice caps getting smaller, okay? And the Earth becoming warmer. And it all agrees. It all follows, okay? So what you have is, although, Don would be the first to admit that we dirty our own fishbowl, and that we should keep it cleaner. But the big source of our weather on Earth is caused by the sun. And, we absolutely should do all that we can and use all the technology that we can to have a better environment for ourselves. And because it's really about self-preservation that we're talking about here. If we don't preserve ourselves, the Earth will be just fine. It will be absolutely fine.
Yeah, and we'll be gone.
Yeah, when we're gone, it'll just be this beautiful Garden of Eden, and you probably won't find a trace of us if we leave. So, but anyways, I don't think that I think that us as humans love to explore. We're very curious. We want to, we're already a spacefaring species. We're in space all the time. And it looks like in the not too distant future, we're going to be colonists on the moon and eventually onto Mars. So that's why we
forgot to mention
going out that way.
And I forgot to mention one of tonight's presentations is from where I work at, South Florida PBS, and they had a Stargazers Mars Exploration Town Hall, which is actually what we're going to be kicking off tonight with.
Oh wow! Okay.
So we have Katie Dickinson. She studies what was that word again? Russ said it. The regolith on Mars and how
regolith.
The what?
The regolith.
There you go. On Mars on how to possibly how they're checking in
dirt,
studying that out too. So they can be able to plant stuff on Mars. So so it's pretty interesting whole thing about it. So.
Right. And Stargazers is so you're on the you're helping to produce or put together the Stargazers show.
Yes.
And I'm going to go ahead and give the link to.
I took over for Bill DeShong, which we have.
Oh, you did. Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful.
So, yeah.
So this is the show that This is Sergio's real job here, is to put together the Stargazer show. And
One of them.
Yeah. So
I also do a lot of stuff for kids, for the Kid Vision stuff, which is fun.
yeah. Well, good. That's good. Well, they have a fun guy putting it on, so that's awesome.
Safari Sam.
Oh, no Safari Sam on Channel 2 yet, man. One day, hopefully, we'll get it, but not yet. Public television isn't as glamorous as it's made out to be. All right, we're 6:59. Where's the countdown?
Yeah, now it's time to start.
Countdown?
We're
We
about
can count down.
45 seconds away.
That's right.
All right, everybody. Thank you for watching.
Hey, Scott,
Yeah.
should
See
we
you
do a
next year.
countdown?
What's that? I don't have a countdown. We have to count down manually.
I'll count you in.
Okay.
Okay, we're 30 seconds. 30 seconds to night 4 of the Winter Star Party.
We should have
Good.
like an ignition, sequence
There you go.
where.
All right,
Right.
Russ, you'll be
Again,
the-
Bob, I'm sorry.
coming up on 15. And in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, take it away.
Winter Star Party.
The Southern Cross Astronomical Society welcomes you to the 2021 Winter Star Party Virtual Edition.
Welcome to day 4, the last day of the Winter Star Party Virtual Edition. To kick things off tonight, we'd like to present to you South Florida PBS's Town Hall on Mars Exploration. Take it away.
Hey there, space fans. Welcome to our live Stargazers virtual event, Mission to Mars. Today, we're going to find out what exactly it takes to get all the way to the Red Planet. We've got some great guests to explain the science behind it all and what the future holds for space travel. I'd like to thank our partner for this program, Florida Atlantic University. This stream was inspired by a class there called Human Mission to Mars, and we're going to learn more about that in a little bit. So first, I want to welcome Stargazers resident space expert, Dr. Atta Sarjadini. He holds the Bjorn Lamborn Endowed Chair in Astrophysics at Florida Atlantic University. Hi, Atta. And I also want to welcome our first guest, Katie Dickinson. She is an FAU alumna, now furthering her studies at Cornell University, and she's getting her master's in biomedical engineering with her research focused on growing things in Martian soil, which is super cool. Welcome, y'all. Hi.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Dr. Sarjadini, Atta, Mars exploration has been a super popular subject for so many years. Can you tell our viewers a little bit about what we have accomplished so far in terms of getting to Mars?
Okay, yeah. I really want to just give you a very short summary of the kind of big picture view of what we've done so far. And the missions that we've sent to Mars so far really fall into 4 different categories. Flyby missions, orbiting spacecraft, landing spacecraft, and rover spacecraft. And so the first ones, of course, were the flybys in the 1960s. First successful flyby was in 1965, 55 years ago now. First orbiting spacecraft that was successful in going into orbit around Mars was in 1971, the U.S. mission Mariner 9. And then the first successful landing spacecraft on the surface of Mars were the Viking 1 and 2, and that was 44 years ago in 1976. And then moving on to the rover spacecraft, those have been, of course, the ones that have that at least recently have gotten the most press attention, were the Sojourner spacecraft in 1997, Spirit and Opportunity in 2004, Curiosity in 2012, and recently the launch of Perseverance, which is going to arrive on the surface of Mars in 2021. Just give you a sense of the sizes of these things. Sojourner was about the size of a microwave oven. Spirit and Opportunity are about the size of a golf cart. And Curiosity and Perseverance are more the size of a typical car. And so we'll talk more about Perseverance as we go along in this broadcast. But that's kind of the big picture view of what we've done in terms of exploring Mars as a planet.
What is it about Mars? I mean, why we've sent, it sounds like robot. Where's the people? When are we going to send humans to Mars? That's my question. That's
a very good question. And so, yeah, I mean, depending on who you talk to, it could be the technology, it could be the cost, it could be the resolve. We don't have the resolve to do all those things, but as I'll talk later in the broadcast, in this class we taught here at Florida Atlantic University called Human Mission to Mars, we used this book called The Case for Mars by Dr. Robert Zubrin. And in that book, Dr. Zubrin really makes the case that we can go to Mars today. We have the technology to go today. And the reason we don't or haven't is because of resolve. We can send people to Mars today, and we haven't done so because we don't have the resolve as a society to actually do it and put together the technology that we need and actually go through with it. That's his point of view. So I guess I'll leave it at that. That's really what he believes is the reason why we haven't gone there.
Katie, what about you? What do you believe? Do you think that it's because we have resolve? I mean, have you always been interested in Mars and space exploration? Do you think we're going to go there?
The short answer is yes. I didn't actually think of pursuing it as a career until the class Human Mission to Mars. It really did change my life. I almost felt like my dreams that I had thought were long gone, were lost to that might have been lost to the world, were completely reignited. And Zubrin had a lot to do with that. And in my mind, I don't understand why we're not already there.
Yeah, I totally hear that. Well, but I like that you say that because I would also love for us to go to Mars. I mean, it'd be amazing. But I do want to ask, like, as somebody who took this class and knows a little bit more about Mars than maybe the average person, why do you think we should go? Why is it important to go to Mars if we've already sent all these robots, especially?
I think there is a huge impact that would happen in the space and technology fields when you do that. If you look back at the Apollo missions and the spike that happened in people that actually went into scientific fields and technology fields, during that time with that spike is where we got most of the technology that we use today. But when you look back at that, minorities and females weren't really a part of it. So if we were to do that today, if there was a new space race that was created, it would just create such a huge camaraderie. Not only the camaraderie of bringing people together for furthering our future as a whole, but even the aspect of potentially being able to protect the world if, let's say, there was an asteroid that came towards the Earth, or just the mere idea of studying or trying to terraform Mars. If we choose to terraform Mars, then in that aspect, we will be able to possibly figure out how to save our own planet from global warming and climate change.
That's a great answer. And I think spreading humans around and trying to make sure that we don't get eliminated by one rogue asteroid, definitely on board for that. I would rather us be able to stick around after that. Most recent news, though, in Mars exploration was that NASA launched Perseverance, the rover, the Curiosity twin. And Dr. Sarajadini, what are the goals of Perseverance?
Right. Well, there's three main goals of the Perseverance mission, the rover itself, and its accompanying drone that's going to actually fly around the surface of Mars. It's going to search for signs of microbial life, study Mars's geology and its climate. And I think the most amazing goal is to collect rock and sediment samples for possible return to Earth. NASA has a plan in place to actually send a rocket to Mars, collect the samples that Perseverance is going to put together, and bring them back to Earth. And once they get into an Earth, a laboratory here on Earth, we'll really be able to study those samples and really dissect what's in there and really better understand about the geology of Mars, and also really get a chance to test those samples for the possibility of life. I mean, to me, that's probably one of the most exciting aspects of the Perseverance mission.
Absolutely. Sounds incredible. I don't think I'd ever get to hold a Mars rock. There wouldn't be that many, but like just the fact that we know that they're here would be awesome. We do have a short clip from NASA showing the historic launch of Perseverance. It was only a couple months ago, back in July. So let's play that.
Status check. Go Atlas. Go Centaur. Go Mars 2020.
There we go. We're ready to go liftoff this morning, Joshua. 7, 6, 5, 4. Engine ignition. 2, 1, 0. And liftoff. As the countdown to Mars continues, the perseverance of humanity launching the next generation of robotic explorers to the Red Planet.
And Atlas TU has gone to closed loop control.
That is so cool. I never get over seeing a rocket launch. It's so awesome. We've gotten a couple viewer questions, so I want to get to those real quick. McKay Brown from East Texas and Sam Silverstein both want to know how long it takes to get to Mars. I don't know which one of you is going to jump on this one, but I think that one a pretty good question.
Well, I think let me just address that. When Mars and the Earth are optimally positioned relative to each other, as they were this past summer, then Perseverance, for example, will arrive on the surface of Mars on February 18th of 2021. So it's roughly between 6 and 7 months when the two planets are optimally positioned for a rocket to get from the Earth to go to Mars.
My piece.
Yeah, and so I like that you said it's optimally positioned because both of our planets are orbiting the sun, so they sometimes are far apart and sometimes close together. So how far, Katie, do you know how far away Mars is? Like, we can see it in the night sky, right? So do we know how far away it is?
Roughly 37 million miles away.
Wow,
36.
that's a bit. It'd take a while to drive there.
Yeah, probably.
Yes. I mean, the position actually exactly varies, of course, because of the elliptical shape of the orbits traced. But you're right. Katie's right. It's between 30 and 40 million miles or so. And right now, you can actually see Mars in the sky in the constellation of Pisces, rising in the east around 9 or 10 in the evening.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's a really
so
good
bright
view of
right
Mars
now.
right now. It's awesome.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, Katie. I jumped right on there for you. I was also excited.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Now that I'm in New York, the sky is so much clearer up here, and it's so orange and so bright over the lake. It's amazing to see it rising at night.
So awesome. Dr. Sarajadini, can you tell us a bit about this class that we brought up earlier, the Human Mission to Mars course? What did the students learn? What were the goals?
Right. So the class was actually designed around what I've heard people refer to as the 4 C's: communication, collaboration, creativity, and critical thinking. The class was designed to foster and encourage those skills in the students. So the students were given material related to a human mission to Mars outside of class. They came to class looking to work together to solve problems. They worked in small groups, were given problems to solve together, and then communicate their solutions to other members of their group and the rest of the class. So in solving these problems, they practiced their communication skills, practiced working together, the collaboration part. They practiced thinking creatively about solving the problems in a different kind of out-of-the-box way. And they practiced their critical thinking skills. How do you actually assess a problem and propose a solution that actually makes sense? And so this is how the class was designed, to really foster and encourage and build these skills that I and others have called the 4 C's. And of course, Katie can talk more about how those skills went over and how they were developed.
Yeah, Katie, that was my next question. Kind of pop quiz. Let's see what you remember from the class. Like, how do you think we're going to get to Mars? Can we build a permanent settlement? And how would we live there? Just give us the lowdown.
All right. So it was really cool. Just like Dr. Otto was saying, we had groups of 4 people, right? So in our groups, mine especially, we had a biologist, a geologist, a chemist, and a physicist. So we had every different component. And when we would start class, every week would have a different thing we would have to solve, right? And in aspect to getting to Mars or having a settlement, when it comes to actually living on Mars, when you think about it, if it's going to take you 6 to 7 months to get there, the last thing that you want to do is have to build your house when you get there. Could you imagine you're already losing your muscle mass, part of your muscle mass and your bone mass, and then you get there and you're like, wait, I have nowhere to go. So the best thing that you can possibly do is to send 3D printers to Mars that will actually build your hub on the planet, so that when you get there, you will already have a place to live.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, just so in case people are unaware, a 6 month journey in space, you're going to lose muscle mass, you're going to lose bone mass because there's no gravity pulling you down, and your body's not fighting that gravity to keep that muscle mass up. So even when you get to Mars, you're weaker than when you left Earth, even with exercise in space. It's kind of a mess. So how do you think we would end up living there, though? I mean, once we get there, we've got this habitat that hopefully is already popped up for us. So then what do we do?
So it's funny because I was talking about this with someone the other day, and we realized that it's kind of equivalent to the way quarantine was back in March, where you have to have this mentality of just staying indoors, but at the same time trying to keep your mental and physical aspects intact so that you don't go crazy. So there is a lot of working out. A lot of astronauts say who are on the ISS for a long time that if they go one day without working out, they can almost feel their bones starting to crumble. That's how they've described it. So, I mean, there's a lot of different things besides the working out, besides keeping your nutrition. The thing is that you can create your own propellant off of Mars. You can start growing plants, not necessarily in the soil right away, but through aeroponics and hydroponics, you can do that. And I feel like a lot of it is keeping busy and doing a lot of experimentation, looking for life in the water that we have now realized that exists there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure we would have no shortage of things to do. And like with the International Space Station, the people that are even on Mars are going to be a big source of information, just what it's like to live there, what happens to our bodies, and so on. So I want to ask one last question here before we move on. But Emily Roll Tate wants to know, says, my grandson wants to know what the temperature is on Mars. And my granddaughter, Holly, wants to know how old Mars is. Atta, you got this for Holly and for Emily there and her grandson?
Yeah, the daytime temperatures are actually pretty cold. They're maybe 20 or so degrees Fahrenheit. That's the high. The lows are down in the -100 range, -120, 130 range. So in Fahrenheit. So yeah, it's pretty cold on the surface. So yeah, it would not be a fun place to live without some kind of protection. And then the other question was, I'm sorry, what?
Oh, the other question was then, how old is Mars? How long has it been up there?
Yes. Right. So Mars is the same age as the rest of the planets and sun in the solar system, which would be 4.5 billion years. That's how long ago we think the solar system was formed. So 4.5 billion years.
It's a long time. That's an old planet.
Yes.
It's got a lot of knowledge up there. Hopefully we can learn a lot about it. Katie, did you end up studying more space stuff quickly? And did you go on to do that because of this class?
Oh yeah, there's no way I would be where I am right now without that class. The day actually that I met Robert Zubrin pretty much changed my life. He has become one of my mentors. Same with Dr. Atta. Dr. Atta is the one who introduced me to Robert personally that day. And now I am working in Chris Mason's lab, he's actually the one who did the twins, was part of the twin study for the Kelly brothers. And I'm going to be working with simulant that NASA makes based on Martian soil. And we already know that we can plant and grow things on Martian soil. But the one thing is, or there's actually multiple aspects, but one of the things that I'm going to be testing is for toxicity in the soil and how we can use microbes to potentially alter that soil to make sure that when we do end up growing plants on Mars, that we're able to eat the food that we're growing, because there's so much perchlorate and like I said, the toxicity from the metals in there, that if we can use microbes and other plants that can absorb that toxicity, then we will actually be able to eat that food while also hopefully starting to terraform Mars in the process as well.
Dang, that's cool. Oh, man. Okay. Well, Katie, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for telling us about your studies and getting me more excited about Mars than I thought I could get. I was already pretty excited. So thank you so much, Katie. And everyone, thank you for sending in your questions. We've had so many good questions. Stay tuned. In a couple of minutes, we've got 2 NASA experts with us to talk more about traveling to Mars. But first, we have this short video that shows just how scientists are using virtual reality to explore Mars. Super cool.
The Curiosity rover landed on Mars on August 5th, 2012. Since then, it's sent over 200,000 images back to Earth. NASA engineers have transformed these photographs into a 3D model that our scientists use to study the surface of Mars. We wanted to share this tool with everyone, so we collaborated with Google to create an immersive web experience called Access Mars.
Hi, I'm Katie. Welcome to Mars.
Access Mars features some of the most important locations from the mission, key points of interest, and narration from JPL scientist Katie Stack-Morgan.
It lives on the web, so you don't need to install anything to check it out. You can view it on a computer, phone, or a VR device.
And because Curiosity is still on Mars, we will continue to update the data so you can see where the rover is right now. Our scientists are virtually exploring Mars with this technology, and now you can too.
That is so cool. I cannot wait to explore Mars in VR, or in person, maybe someday. Joining us now is Dr. James Rice. He's an astrogeologist who's worked on several Mars explorations missions with NASA. And we also, of course, have my friend Babak Ferdowsi, a systems engineer at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory here in California. He's worked on a whole bunch of projects, including the Mars Curiosity rover. Thanks for being here, you guys.
My pleasure.
Good to see you guys.
So it's the dream job of so many people to work in the field of space exploration. You are both doing that. So I'm sure it was your childhood dream. Maybe it wasn't. I hope it was. What inspired you to get into this, Dr. Rice?
It was my childhood ambition. I've been interested in space since I was 6 years old. And that's all I've ever really been interested in. And it just fascinated me. I grew up in the 60s with the Apollo program. And they were talking earlier about the inspiration. The Apollo program is why I do what I do. As a kid, I watched it happen. Over the years, I've got to know a lot of the Apollo astronauts and engineers. And it's an amazing feat this country pulled off. And it's a gift that keeps on giving in terms of science. We're still analyzing moon rocks to this day that the crews brought back. And anyone around my age will tell you that went to the science or engineering fields, 9 times out of 10, the Apollo program inspired them.
What about you, Babak? Why did you get into space exploration and space engineering?
I'm probably too much of a sci-fi nerd, honestly, and I just grew up on that idea that space would bring us together. And I think it does in many ways. I just love the concept that space was this challenge that humanity could take on, and that we could, participate in, and hopefully, look like Curiosity has, and then other missions back home at Earth, and really recognize how special our place is in the universe. Yeah, absolutely. Dr. Rice, you worked on the Spirit and Opportunity rovers, and Opportunity, I mean, wow, what a machine, that little guy. Can you tell us about your career and your role with these rovers and, all the stuff that they taught us about Mars?
Yeah, it involved doing a lot of the alphabet soup into your name, bachelor's degree, master's, PhD over the years. But like I said, at an early age, I knew this is what I wanted to do. And so I had to bite the bullet and do a lot of schoolwork, which wasn't something as a grade school student that anybody thought I'd probably end up doing. My grades weren't that great growing up. But like I said, the space program is in my blood. I'm just still fascinated with it to this day. As I got my PhD, I was doing research with professors on Mars-related topics. I'm a geologist. So when I got selected by NASA to be on the science team for Spirit and Opportunity, that was to me a dream come true, to work on actually 2 rovers on Mars. That's something that's not even on the books to do again. So it was a very unique project to send 2 rovers to Mars in 2003. They landed in January 2004. I was the geology team leader on both those rovers. And we had a great team of scientists and engineers. And it was an amazing journey. I mean, our mission was only supposed to last about 90 days, and Spirit went close to 15 years. Excuse me, Opportunity went close to 15 years. Spirit was about 6.5 years. So I think the U.S. taxpayer should feel good because they really definitely got a return on their investment of these vehicles for lasting so long. We made amazing discoveries. For me personally, my PhD dissertation was on ancient lakes on Mars. And in the 1990s, this was a very controversial subject. When you went to technical conferences, you were ostracized if you were talking about lakes on Mars. So I was fortunate to be involved with the paradigm shift in thinking of Mars. And then to me, the icing on the cake was to work on the Opportunity rover when we found the first lake beds on Mars. And so that was an amazing journey for me personally and professionally. And we discovered so much about Mars. We basically rewrote the science book on Mars and laid the foundation for missions that came later, like Curiosity. We found, like I said, lake beds on Mars, an area where there could have been a hot spring or a geyser on Mars with Spirit, abundant evidence of past water on Mars. And all these environments were potentially could have been habitable if there were any Martians there. Now, we still don't know if there was ever life on Mars, but we discovered environments that would have been conducive for life. And, it was an amazing, I still have a hard time believing the mission's over. But after 15 years, it was so exciting to get new pictures down from the rover every day because you never knew what you were going to see. And being geologist team leader, that was my job, to analyze the images and to help figure out where we're going to drive the rover next. And like I said, we're a great team.
I love that you got to see these images, and it seemed, correct me if I'm wrong, but you got to see pictures of Mars that no one had ever seen before first, like right out of the gate. That's crazy. I bet that.
Absolutely. Even, late into the mission, 13, 14 years in mission, I would still get up in the middle of the night when the downlink would occur to watch the images when they came down. I was just, to me, this was an opportunity of a lifetime to work on 2 rovers. And early in the mission, when we first landed during the prime mission, we were all out at JPL and living on Mars time, which was very interesting. And I was the only person on the team that worked on both rovers. To me, I figured this would be my chance. And I didn't get much sleep, but I figured I could sleep in the grave. So it was just, like I said, it was a great experience.
We're going to come to the Curiosity rover and Bobak in a second, but I want to get to a couple audience questions. Trevor Dickinson asks, what's the easiest way to get around on Mars? I think, Bobak, if you want to tackle that one, that could be really interesting.
Sure. I mean, obviously we have rovers for now, and I think the hope with Perseverance is to demonstrate that you can do flights on Mars and hopefully get around a lot more easily than the unpaved terrain of Mars. Certainly some of the more interesting places where it's very rocky and very difficult for rovers, you might be able to fly in. So I think we're hoping to prove that, kind of like Pathfinder proved you could drive on Mars. We like to prove next that, you can fly on Mars.
That's cool. I can't believe we sent a helicopter to another planet. I mean, that's nuts. Another question, James Roney wants to know, looking down the road, what are some of the biggest technology challenges that we're going to face to having an ongoing presence on Mars? I mean, Dr. Rice, you had a machine that was there for 15 years. What kind of technology challenges did y'all run into?
Well, Mars, as we alluded to earlier, it's a very harsh place. It's a tough place to make a living, but we had some great engineers that built some great vehicles. And in terms of future challenges, I think robotically, every mission is a challenge, and you never know, it could be a bad day on Mars. I mean, there's no guarantee right now that Perseverance is going to land successfully. We think the team has done a great job to get ready for that as much as possible, and we're very confident. But, Mars can reach out and really slap you upside the head. I worked on Mars Polar Lander, first Mars mission I worked on. And if you know anything about Mars exploration, that mission failed. It crashed. And this business, I would say, is not for the faint of heart, because bad things can happen. And when they happen, you kind of lose your job, not because you did anything wrong, just because Mars is a very difficult place. Roughly half the missions that the planet Earth has sent to Mars have failed. So it's a tough place. And future challenges, I would say the biggest future challenges, robotically, we've done a great job. And I think we'll still do a great job in the future with Perseverance and eventually the sample return. But I think the biggest challenge in terms of Mars exploration is going to be getting astronauts there. And that is the thing people always ask about. When are we going to put astronauts on Mars? And we have a lot of work to do before we do that. And but I think, the skill set that our scientists and engineers have in this country, especially at the NASA centers, these are some fantastic people. And if, we're given the resources to do it, I have no doubt we can solve these problems. It's in our nature to do these things.
Yeah. Bobak, you worked on the Mars Curiosity rover team, which was a huge success, still on Mars, still driving around. I mean, it had the seven minutes that everybody was freaking out, exactly like Jim was talking about, where you don't know what's going to happen and it could crash. And you had can you tell us a little bit about your role in the Curiosity rover mission?
Sure. So I worked as the integrated launch and cruise engineer, which was basically getting us from Earth to Mars, and kind of doing all the checkouts, making sure we could communicate with the Deep Space Network once we got into space, making sure that, of course, all the hardware was ready for the landing, and then checkouts on the surface. So it's kind of a hodgepodge of things, really, but mostly kind of at some level, the delivery guy, and trying to make sure that the science team would have a safe landing on Mars and be ready to go once we were on the surface. And then, of course, continued from there into being a flight director for that mission, and kind of helping operate it, not just design and testing of that, but then operating it well into the first year of its mission. And just kind of like Jim was saying, get to participate in all of these firsts and experiencing the planet with that just incredible group of engineers and scientists who helped make this whole thing come together.
One of my favorite moments in space exploration is when something lands successfully, because you just get a room filled with nerds who have worked on this for years, who just let it all go. It's amazing. The 2012 Curiosity landing had to feel good. What was that like? What was that moment like for you?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize I was going to let it all go, and you're absolutely right. We had the dress rehearsals, we obviously test the hardware. We also have to test the people. And we had these dress rehearsals, and they never quite go perfectly smoothly. And some of them are intentionally, like they throw issues at you so you can kind of cope with them and deal with them, and use your process to resolve them. But I remember the landings of those, and people were just kind of tired, and we're like, okay, time to go home. Finally, the dress rehearsal's over. And I remember our project manager coming in. He's like, I hope you guys are a little more excited when we land on Mars. And sure enough, of course, right? Like, I didn't think I was going to cry, but just being there in that room with so many other people and just knowing what all of us had kind of put into that, I don't even think I understood how invested I was in that mission at some level. And really, I think there was the sharing of that, just kind of pure joy of things that we'd all worked on for so long together. Knowing the kind of the struggles that people had gone through to get there, and the the occasionally missing a friend's birthday for a test, or some other event in your life or whatever. That was the kind of the commitment that people had made, and then like to kind of get the payoff, right, which is like we did it. I think that's why to me it's as close as I've certainly experienced to kind of like communally raising in this case a rover, but a child, and watching it be successful and really being proud of your whole family at that moment.
Man, I bet. It seems like I just want to call out how passionate you both are about what you're doing. I mean, no wonder you feel so strongly for these rovers. I mean, they seem to have their own personalities and their own stories. And I mean, Dr. Sarajadini, how does work like what Bobak and Dr. Rice are doing, how does that inspire people back in the classroom?
Well, I'll tell you, whenever I talk about NASA and the space program and space exploration to my astronomy and astrophysics students, I always get positive feedback about how inspired they are about NASA's accomplishments in those areas. And they always ask me, how do I work at a NASA research center? How do I become a part of a space flight center? What career direction, do I need to go to be involved with NASA in some way? And it all all goes back to just all of the accomplishments the space agency has made in so many different areas. Obviously space exploration, but also just astrophysics research and planetary research and all those things related to those areas. And students see those things, they see those successes, and they want to be a part of it. And I think it's very inspirational to a lot of our students in many ways.
Yeah, I totally hear you there. We did get a question from the audience, I think, that fits right into that. Corey Newcomer asks, and I'm going to throw this to Bobak first, but I want to hear from Jim as well. Any advice or ideas on fostering a child's interest in cosmology?
First of all, I would say, why not be an engineer instead? No, I'm kidding. But in all seriousness, I will say from a personal experience, and hearing Jim and everybody here talk as well, it's an incredible experience to be a part of, and that kind of community that you really feel a sense of in here. And I know that there is, of course, disagreements always, like all families, I guess, at some level. But that experience alone has been tremendously rewarding to me, to kind of feel like a part of a thing bigger than myself. And of course, I love the technical challenges associated with it. In terms of getting kids into it, I think obviously it's pretty exciting on its own. I think most kids have that innate curiosity about the planets and how the world is formed and what's the nature of the universe. I think that just kind of comes naturally, and I think a lot of it is encouraging it. Obviously, there's all sorts of education, but I'd also really encourage that one of the really neat things about this field that I didn't recognize when I joined it was how broad and diverse the group of people. You saw the virtual reality folks talking about putting that together, and those not everybody in that group has an aerospace engineering background. So there's so many ways to be part of this community, whether it be cosmology or whether it be engineering or geology or whatever those fields are. But there's also the arts and the storytelling of this whole thing, and the just everybody who comes together to make this work. And I think that's what's really I think the most exciting part about this. So if you love those things and you're like, I just don't, math is just not my friends, fine. There's plenty of other ways to participate. It's kind of finding the sweet spot between what they're really excited about and what things they really enjoy doing as well as a career.
What about you, Dr. When it comes to getting kids excited about, let's say, instead of just cosmology, just exploration and getting involved, going to the next sky?
Well, that's the way to do it. And I grew up in Alabama, and my parents encouraged me. They didn't understand really what I do. You have to work hard at it. And what they did is they encouraged me to stay home and watch the Apollo missions on TV, and then take me to school. But they also took me to NASA Center in Huntsville. When I was in the Saturn V rocket, in the spacesuit, everything on TV or in a book I read. Florida, you have a great place to go, Kennedy Space Center. I would definitely foster that and don't ever discourage. Maybe the next Albert Einstein in your presence. So, I think, unfortunately, Rover's children, we're born. If you ever look at a little child, they're a born scientist. They're curious. They're going everywhere, looking at everything. And it's in our DNA to be curious and to explore. And unfortunately, it seems like as your student goes through the education system, it sort of gets weeded out of you. I know I sort of experienced that with the friends growing up, but I never lost my interest. But so I think there's a lot of ways to do it. And, there's so much now today. You can watch launches virtually on the internet if you can't go see one in person. But I would tell you right now, if you get a shot, go see a launch in person. That will light a fire in you that will never go away. It's an impressive, unbelievable experience.
I totally agree. I've seen a couple launches in my time, and wow, has it been awesome. Atta, I want to get your answer on here too. Actually, the three of you, I want to get a short answer from each of you on this next final question. What do you personally hope to see for the future of Mars exploration and discovery? I'm going to start with Atta.
Well, as I said, earlier in the program, I really think having humans land on Mars and actually explore the planet in much the same way that we did with the moon, to me, is at this point the holy grail of Mars exploration. Having a person on the surface of the planet doing experiments in real time on the soil and in the different parts of the planet and looking for life. I mean, to me, that would be very exciting. If we found life either right now or evidence of it from the past, it would really change our perspective of where we as a species sit within the universe.
What about you, Bobak? What do you think?
I mean, I'm very partial to rovers, just because we're talking about the first earlier, and I really do love them in a way that I think I never would have anticipated also as a child. But maybe I did. I don't know. Maybe I always loved robots. But I think I'm obviously excited for Perseverance and Ingenuity, and just kind of seeing that mission and the follow-on sample return. For me, I do look forward to seeing humans on Mars. I really hope that, when we do that, it is truly a all hands on deck kind of thing, right? Where I really want that experience to be a universal experience, as Jim was talking about, the Apollo experience being so powerful for folks. I want that to be something that we can all really share in and participate. So my hope is kind of for Mars, but it's also for us here on Earth, who most of us won't be the first person on Mars. But I really hope that it's something that we can all really share in together and use it as a platform. As I was talking about, my love of sci-fi, of bringing it closer together, bring us all close together.
And Dr. Rice, what about you? Last word. What do you think? What's your personal hope for the future of Mars?
I agree with the others. I want to see astronauts standing on the surface of Mars. I hope I get to see it in my lifetime. It seems like it's always 20 years away, though, unfortunately. But I think a lot of great things are coming. Plans now are to get back to the moon with the Artemis program, which, if it stays on course, which depends on money, maybe get astronauts back on the moon in 2024 and use that to help build the way to get to Mars. I think there's a lot of exciting stuff coming with the commercial programs around the country. It's a very exciting time to be involved in the space program, either with NASA or these private companies out there now. So, but the number one thing, I'd like to see people on Mars, yes.
I mean, I can't argue with that. We got three people either want a robot or a person, and two of them want people. So sorry, Bobak. We'll get more robots. We'll send the robots and the people together. I think that'll be best of both worlds. What do you say?
You're robots.
Thank you, everyone who asked questions. We couldn't get to all of them. There were so many. So thank you so much to everyone who is watching. And of course, thanks to our guest, Dr. James Rice, Dr. Atta Sarajadini. Babak Firdausi, Katie Dickinson, and of course, I would like to thank our partner, Florida Atlantic University, for helping make this program possible. And thanks to everyone supporting South Florida PBS. From all of us at Stargazers, keep looking up.
All right, guys, we got another prize for you. Now, this prize, we weren't able to do it in the drawing because this prize came in late in the game, so we had to do the special drawing. It was made by Headquarter, and they sent me the information right here. And the winner is number 280, Roxanne Riley. Roxanne, congratulations. You get yourself an Astronomical League calendar and an embroidered hat. I could use the hat when I'm out in the sun so I don't get burned, right, Pat?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anyways, Roxanne, enjoy your prizes, and hopefully we'll see you at the Winter Star Party next year.
So we're going to show you the PMC-8 line in the Exos 2 and the G11 system. The G11 is the classic mount made by Scott Lasmandy out there in California. We've got it modified, though, with a PMC-8 system that has the stepper drives on both axes. This is a wired configuration. I have a NUC computer here running the whole system. It's running all my camera control software. It's running the SkyMap software and everything, also to run the PMC-8. In the back, we've got the telescope drive master that takes that plus or minus 5 arc seconds that Lasmandy guarantees down to 1 arc second or less periodic error. You can see I'm holding the electronic box here, and I'm going to mount that. I have a special mount that I've built where I'm going to mount it to the leg. But to show you the other parts of the telescope, we've got an Optec electric focuser that's mounted onto my ED102 carbon fiber. I've got an ED80 here. Now, you might think this is too much mount for these little telescopes, but I'll tell you that when we're using this out in wind or in adverse conditions or anything, I mean, this thing is the Rock of Gibraltar. So
you can't have too much mount.
That's true. That's true. And let's learn more about what you got over here.
So over here, I've got our Exos 2 with PMC-8 system, which is the same exact controller as on the G11, the same stepper motors, both on the RA and deck axis. On the mount, we have a Essential Series 127 telescope. This telescope also comes in a ED80 version and a ED102 version. And it's a spectacular mount. This is a configuration that I use when I go to star parties, and it sets up quick, is really easy to use, and that covers our high-end APO telescopes.
All right, guys, don't forget to get your 2021 Winter Star Party swag right here at this address.
It's going to get a little chilly at the Winter Star Party. We're going to go up to the Great White North.
To the frozen tundra of Toronto, where we're going to hang out with David Cottorell, where he's going to tell us about how to measure double stars.
Good day, good evening, good night, wherever you are watching this. Dave Cottorell here in beautiful southeastern Ontario, Canada, with a talk on measuring visual binary stars with an 11-inch telescope. And in this day and age, why would people want to measure binary stars? Well, it has a very strong historical connection, I think. When telescopes came into use in the early 1600s with Galileo and so on, other people got them rather quickly, and scientifically curious people started putting them on other stars. And Riccioli in Italy in 1650 is arguably the first person to ever look at a double or binary star. And he looked at Mizar. And then Hooke, Fontenay, and then the floodgates opened and they all started looking at them. By the early 1700s, there were dozens and dozens of science astronomers looking at these items. In those days, in the 17th century, it was thought that, Copernicus's ideas had only been really accepted for a few years, and the outer sphere, so to speak, of the way they thought the universe worked, they thought that the brighter the stars were, the nearer they were, period. They figured that all stars were intrinsically the same brightness, which was, they had no evidence one way or the other. So Kepler and Copernicus were ready, but the stars were supposed to be all the same brightness. So apparent brightness would show the distance of the stars. And then they got the idea with these binary stars, well, here's two stars close together. We could observe, and they already knew the geometry behind parallax. They figured they could observe a star like Mizar, and in June and in December, 6 months apart, as the Earth was on the opposite side of its orbit, that they would see the companion star, because it's further, they would see it dance back and forth like this rather wonky diagram. But the general idea being that the nearer star would wobble back and forth relative to the fainter, further star away. And that's what they thought they were going to see. And careful measurements were made with the best tools that they had at hand. I'll talk about that later. And they thought they were going to measure this. But lo and behold, what they found was, on a number of the binary stars, that it wasn't a back and forth parallax thing. They started to see the secondary star prescribing what appeared to be a curved path, which meant these were Keplerian and Copernican systems, gravitationally bound stars, one each revolving around the others, around the mutual center of gravity. And because Kepler's laws were already in place, as soon as you had the period and the luminosity, you could find out the masses of the stars. And with mass of the stars and spectral studies done by Fraunhofer and others like that, and the magnitude scale, and this was the birth of modern astrophysics. So when binary stars are measured, what we look at are, there's two measurements that need to be made. So here's a diagram showing it. First of all is the separation between the primary star and the secondary star. And it's usually given in arc seconds or fractions of an arc second if it's close. And the other measurement is the position angle. And this is done the same way azimuth is done on Earth. It's north through east through south. So in the diagram, that star has a position angle of more than 180 and less than 270. So it's about 200 or something like that. And those two figures can place the secondary star and accurately describe its position. Now, back in those days, they really only had one tool right up until the mid-20th century. There was only something called a filar micrometer. Later on, there were these other methodologies often involving computers and digital. This is a filar micrometer. It was in use from the late 1600s, maybe even the 1700s. And it's an impossibly complex piece of brass machinery. What it did was it projected crosshairs. And one pair of crosshairs in an X or at 90 degrees to one another was fixed. And there was one crosshair that was parallel to one of those, and it would move by turning a screw with a knob. You can see the various knobs. They could move that one back and forth. So if they put the star, the primary of the star, of the pair, at the center of the X crosshair, and then they could move the second crosshair to where it intersected the star. And the whole thing rotated as well with another big knob, and that way they could do the position angles as well. So they would get the lines parallel to the line joining the two stars. And this was complicated by the fact that up until the advent of electricity, the only way you could illuminate the crosshairs was to have a little box at the end of the device with a candle in it. And the only crosshairs you could use were spider web hairs, spider web. And the famous double star observer, Friedrich Struve, kept spiders in a terrarium, and he would put fresh spider silk in his micrometer each night he went out observing. And the conditions under which they worked were more painstaking than anything we can dream up, I think. So, but there were problems. Anyone who's looked at stars at high magnitude, especially us older guys who may have done at one time manual guiding with your thumbs on the north, south, east, west buttons, everyone will know that that star dances because of the seeing. It doesn't stay in one spot. And so and they were doing this, observing at huge focal lengths, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, in order to get the image scale for accuracy. So it was hard to get the filaments to be right on top of the stars, because the stars was kind of jiggling around a little bit. And then there was the problem with the candles illuminating the spider hairs too brightly, and it would drown out the fate companions. A very, very, very slow, very difficult work, but really good observers with good equipment could do measures to 1/10 of 1 second accuracy. But it would take them a long time. 10 measures an hour would be pretty fast rate of speed. And then you would average those, and that would be considered a measure for that night. And you could publish that. And that's all they had until the 1960s. And here's some names of these early double star people: Friedrich Georg Wilhelm Struve, John Herschel, S.W. Burnham, Van den Bos, Aitken. They were all extremely accurate scientists, but they were using the largest refractors in their day. Struve had a 9-inch, and he had the very first achromat telescope that was made for him by Fraunhofer. It was a 9-inch, but it was about an F12 or something like that. So a huge instrument. And some of these guys, Aitken and these other people, got to use the 40-inch at Yerkes and the 36-inch refractor at Lick Observatory. And a lot of measures were made on that. And the refractor was the scope to have for double star work. In the late 60s, Celestron and others came up, well, it says here 1980s, but I'm not sure that's true. If they could etch a reticle onto an eyepiece, and the scale was known, the image scale was known, I'll be talking about image scale later, you could make estimates of the separation of pairs putting the stars, one star in the center and one along that horizontal scale through the middle. And you could also do PA things by letting the position angle, by letting the star drift through, turning the thing so it drifted along the line, and you could read the scale. That wasn't very good. It didn't work very well. And along came with computers and everything else, and I think everyone who's owned a telescope maybe 8 inches or larger will know what speckles are. These are on the nights of poor seeing, where you don't get the little center spot with a nice ring around it. You just get a kind of a fuzzy mess of rapidly changing dots and little spots and everything like that. Everybody's seen that in the bad seeing. Scientists figured out that this could actually be used to measure the pairs. It's hard to explain, and I'm not trying to go into huge technical things here, but generally speaking, each one of the little dots, if you look at the upper left-hand picture in the left-hand picture in the top row, you'll see a bunch of little dots. Each one of those is actually an image of the star. And these dance around and move. So if you record it, or if you take images with a computer and then stack the images at the bottom, the images will actually interfere with one another, and you will get the image of a binary star. And it gives you 2 images of the secondary star. And the reason for that has to do with something to do in math, with something called a Fourier series. Don't worry about it. You don't have to worry about it. But in order to figure out which one of those is the real image, you'd have to have somebody else's measures ahead of time and pick one based on their PA measure. Now, I did talk about plate solving or image scale problems. In order to actually do double star measurements, you have to know the focal length of your telescope. It's very difficult to do. I'll be talking about it at length. The setup I use only has a field of view of 2x3, so I can't use plate solving. I know a lot of you imagers out there will send an image into up to the internet, and it'll come back with the names of all the objects in your picture and how wide it is and how tall it is and how many pixels and everything, and it will give you an image scale. Well, that's fine if you've got typical fields of view for imagers, which are in terms of degrees, half a degree, 2 degrees, whatever, 3 degrees. But the setup that I use only has a field of view of 2 arc minutes by 3 arc minutes. So there aren't enough stars to plate solve. So I had to think of something else on how to do this. So I began with, I happened upon by talking to other amateurs, especially a really good friend of mine. I'd like to mention him. He was my mentor, a guy named Ed Wiley from Lawrence, Kansas, now from Georgetown, Texas. And he got me into this business of measuring binary stars, and I'm thankful for it. But he introduced me to something called lucky imaging. Now, can you see it moving around? This is Gamma Leonis. Separation's around 4 arc seconds. And see how much it's moving? That's the atmosphere. That's not my terrible mount and my terrible telescope. That's the atmosphere making it move like that. Your eye is a wonderful thing. If you just look at that through a telescope, your eye cancels all that movement and you see what appears to be a star sitting there pretty steadily with its little companion sitting beside it. But if you make a video recording of it, it records all of what's really happening. And that star's moving around probably plus or minus the better part of an arc second in all directions. It's random. But if you take a video and align it in certain kind of software and then stack the frames, you get these 2 nice little blobs. So those are the same stars as in the previous slide. It's those 2, and then stack the video and you end up with very nice little star images. And this is 200 frames averaged. And I'd like to say that this is the equivalent of measuring each one 200 times with a filar micrometer. This solves your averaging problem right away. It averages out the position, and what you get is a mathematical representation, and the pixels, where it is, X, Y, on your camera frame, can be very accurately noted. And then with some elementary high school trigonometry, you can do the rest of it. So this is the outfit I've been using. It's an 11-inch Celestron sitting on a 1200. That was before my observatory was built. The observatory surrounds that now, so that view is no longer viable, but the equipment is the same. And I use a good old-fashioned Canon digital camera. It has a video mode in it, and it does what they call crop video. So it looks only at the central 640 by 480 pixels of that rather large chip, which is 5,000 by 3,000 pixels or something. All of that's wasted information and wasted data storage if you're looking at something that fits inside 640 by 480. That's the reason, and it shoots at 60 frames per second. And I use a laptop computer. It's a Mac, so kill me. And there's a lot of aligning and stacking software out there. Deep Sky Stacker, Registax, AutoStacker, Nebulosity. The first ones without a $sign behind them are free. Then there's Nebulosity. I don't know what AIP is. Images Plus, AstroArt, and look at the bottom. PixInsight and Maxim, they're the ones with that cost the big bucks. But they'll all do what I do. They'll all stack those videos, no problem. And for Mac, there's fewer, of course, there's always fewer scientific options for Mac computers, but there's enough. And I use something called Linkios. the second one on the list. There is software, all-in-one software that you can get called Reduc. It only works on PCs, and you need AVI files, which I can't do with the Mac and with the Canon camera. So, but if you looked up Reduc, it's free, and it does everything. It does all the analysis in one go. It stacks it, measures it, gives you the angle, gives you the separation. It gives you error messages, like what's your range of, what do you call it, your standard deviation of your measures and everything, and it's free. So I recommend, if you're watching this, write down the word Reduc, and you can, that's all you need if you are living in the PC world with a typical, QSY type, QHY type camera, that kind of a camera. But I use a Canon, so converting is not a good idea because you don't know if it's going to be 1-to-1 pixel conversion. So I use something, after I stack it in Linkios, I then move the image, and again, this is the same one. This is the Gamma Leonis picture, and I put it in software called Astro Image J. And this is a measurement software that measures pixels in X, so you can measure the separation between the two stars. Astro Image J started life as something in the medical field to measure the size of cells and the size of viruses and all kinds of stuff like that. But Astro Image J, and this is the thing you're looking for, it finds the centroid of stellar images to sub-pixel accuracy. It's really astonishing what you get from it. It will do magnitudes. You could use it for variable star work, but I have never, ever done variable star work with it, but apparently it works. And Astro Image J is available for PC and Mac platforms, and glory be, it's free. Now, we get to the real difficult part of the matter, is calibrating. First, there's two things you have to calibrate. You have to know what angle your camera is when you stick it into the telescope, where north, south, east, and west are relative to the frame that you're shooting. You cannot, by eye, stick a camera in a telescope accurately enough to say that north is right at the top. You're always off a little bit. Imagers will know exactly what I'm talking about. You can get it close within, you're lucky, you might get it in with a degree or two, but that's not nearly accurate enough for position angle measurements. And the other part of the story is that you have to know what the plate or image scale of your telescope camera combination is. And it has to be known to incredible precision because you're looking at tenths of an arc second. So let's talk about this. First of all, calibrating for position angle. At what angle to the celestial north is my camera inserted into my telescope? A very simple question, and you're never going to get it right. So the way to do this is to put put a star that's relatively near or where you're going to be doing measures, and let the telescope, turn off the drive and let the star drift. And that will form a true east-west line. And then what you can do is then use the Astro Image software to find the angle between them. Because each at the one end of the line is a star, and at the other end of the line is the same star 2 minutes later. They both have an XY position. So you can see this is like a high school math problem. Find the slope of this line. And so in this particular case, it's roughly 285. So on this particular evening, as long as I don't touch the camera and move it or do anything with it, for this particular observing run, I can now say that, for example, all the position angles will be overestimated by 15 degrees, and I just subtract 15 degrees from what the computer software tells me, and I end up with the exact PA. Now, this is a more thorny problem. Calibration for plate scale. What focal length is your system? And you may say, oh, I've got a 6-inch f8 or an 8-inch f10 Celestron. or I've got this 8-inch refractor or a 6-inch Newtonian or everything else like that. Do you really know the focal length of your system? You might think, oh yeah, it's 8-inch f6, but is it 6.00000 focal length, or is it f6.05 or f5.95? You don't know. The people who make the mirrors don't bother telling you that. And so you have to do this. I know there's math. I didn't want there to be math in here, but here it is. You calibrate the plate scale. There's a formula for it. You get the pixel size from your camera manufacturer. You multiply it by 206,265, which is all you math geeks know is the number of arc seconds in a radian, in 1 radian, and 1,000, whatever. Now, my telescope is 279.4 aperture, f10 is what they say it is, so the focal length is 2.794 meters. My pixels are that big. So if I crunch those numbers above, I get a plate scale of 0.317 arc seconds per pixel. Simple, right? That's what the slide says. Simple, right? Well, not really. You have to know the precise focal length of the telescope. And in SCTs and Maxitoffs, in any scope where the main mirror moves or the secondary moves to achieve focus, the difference in separation between the secondary and primary mirrors in an SCT or a Maxitoff changes the focal length of the system. And it's a huge change. You stick a camera and a couple of other devices on the back of a camera and you're twisting that focus knob a long way, you're going to change the focal length of an SCT by as much as 10%. And here's something that I was shocked to find out, and I spoke to Yuri Petrunin, who is the owner of Tech Telescopes, TEC Telescopes, out in Colorado. And I asked him about this at the Winter Star Party a couple of years ago, or a few years ago. Do refractors change their focal length? And he says, yes, they do. And I said, are you sure? And he says, no, I know the difference. Refractor owners know that the focal position where they have to put their camera, that changes because the tube length changes with temperature. But that's not what we're talking about. It's the actual location of where the focus point is. It changes by 1%, plus or minus 1%, over a temperature range, which some of you may be familiar with and some of you may not. Minus 30 to plus 30. So that means you can't just say, oh, my Tech 160 is f7, therefore the focal length is exactly this. No, you can't say that. You can't be sure. And 1% is too large an error. And 10% is for sure too large. So how do you calibrate the plate scale? Well, one is you take an image and measure a pair of stars of known separation. And that opens a can of worms. In the Washington Double Star catalog, you can get information. They'll send you all kinds of files if you ask them for it, and they can send you these orbit diagrams of what they call calibration pairs. Pairs that whose motion, the orbital motion, is so very well known over a long period of time that they can safely say what the separation is and what the position angle is. Explaining this diagram, the green measures, the measures with green crosses are done with a micrometer and other optical means. And the pink ones are done with interferometry, and the blue ones are done, oh no, I forgot, a different kind of interferometry. And also Gaia data is in there as well. And you can see that, so the old measures of this thing are on the right-hand side, and the companion star has gradually moved around to a position there. So you could say, all right, I'm observing this and it's 7.2 seconds, so I'll use that to calibrate my plate scale. But look at this one. This is one of their calibration pairs. This is one they say they know well in the Washington Double Star catalog. And it's, well, look at those measures. Don't forget, each little green cross is a published measure by a scientist. Look how far off they are. They only make the elliptical orbit shape based on a kind of elliptical regression analysis. And, you know, they really don't, the accuracy isn't there. Here's the best known and the best measured binary star in the entire sky, because it only has a, I think it's an 80-year orbit or a 60-year orbit, something like that. So it's been observed since the 1700s and has done like 7 or 8 orbits, 6 or 7 anyway. And the measures are still all over the place. So what is the real separation of that? Who knows? And this is, there's human error involved here. And if you use an erroneous measure as the basis for your measures, you've compounded your errors. The Washington double star, a scientific document, but they made a joke. Using measurements of double stars to calibrate the measurements of other double stars is certainly circular, or if you will, Keplerian. We strongly advocate the use of other absolute calibration techniques. I started doing some reading on this. This is far more towards being my own work, adapting science for amateurs. So this is kind of, I might be one of the first people to have done this 5 or 6 years ago. And it's a diffraction grading. High school physics class, you took a red light or a light and you shone it through a bunch of slits, and you got a diffraction pattern where the light going through the tiny little slits, and the slits do have to be small, gets spread out into discrete little bundles that would show up on the card behind it. The center one being white, and each one moving away from the center being dispersed into a rainbow. That's because if you send white light through it, you're sending white light of all different wavelengths through. So each wavelength is deflected differently. But I want to know what only one wavelength is doing. So somebody, a solar observer friend of mine says, well, you got to get yourself a hydrogen alpha filter because it has a really, really narrow bandpass, 7 nanometers. And they tell you what the physics tells you that the hydrogen alpha line is, with no doubt and no error. It's 656.281 nanometers, period. That's it. So you know the wavelength of the light. And if you shoot light like that, or if you, well, I'll back up. So I made a grading. Actually, I had a fellow make this grading for me with a laser cutter. This is made out of cardboard. This was my very first one. And I told him to make the spacing of 6 millimeters. He almost got it, but I counted and measured and got it to probably stupid levels of accuracy. I don't really think the 4th and 5th decimal places are worth having, but I did it anyway. You put this on the front of the telescope, and then you put that filter just in front of the camera, and it filters out most of that rainbow into this. And this is what you get. And the more slits you have in your grading, if you only have one slit, you get the top diagram, the top image. Whereas with 7 slits, you get basically dots. And the more slits you have, the more stellar are the points. The angular separation of the central point and the first point on either side. So go here, the center point, look at the bottom one. The angular, there's an angle between them in arc seconds between the center one and the one on the left, first one on the left and the first one on the right. And I've given that the letter Z. Forgive me, I'm from Canada. Z is the angular separation of the 0th and 1st order images. And there's all this math and everything else like that. But for that particular wavelength of light, which you shove into the formula here, the Z distance from the center to the 1st order image is 22.5027 arc seconds. And that's independent of what kind of telescope you're using. It's independent of their focal length. It's independent of everything. All it depends on is you're using red light at 656 nanometers and putting it through a grating of a certain size. So I actually took this is a picture of Vega done with that diffraction mask that you saw a few slides ago. And you see the 0 image in the middle, and it's separated from the first order image by 22.5027 arc seconds. And what I quickly noticed was that the 0 image, the center image, is still a little bit bloated and might be hard to get its centroid, the central point of all that red. So I decided to use the distance between the two first order images, which is simply twice the 22, so it's 45.0054 arc seconds. So when I take a picture with that, I know that when the image comes out, that the two stars are fake stars, artificial stars, are 45 and a bit arc seconds apart. Now, how do I use that? Well, go to your analysis software. This is the software that measures how far apart the two stars are. That's the Astro Image J. So you go back there and you put that image in there, and then you pick those two, and it tells me that the images of the first order image and the other first order image, it tells me that they are 180 pixels apart. Now, this is fake. I just made this up. But let's say it tells you that it's 180 pixels apart. Well, all you need to get the plate scale then is to take the arc seconds that those images are apart, 45.054, divide by 180, and you get, ta-da, 0.25003 arc seconds per pixel. That's your plate scale for the night. For as long as you don't touch your focus or anything like that, as long as the temperature doesn't change if you're using a refractor too much, that's what you can use. A good observing run, you'll do this at the beginning and the end of the run to see if it has changed. But this figure is found without needing to know the exact pixel size of your camera or the focal length. It's independent of those things. So if the camera manufacturer gives you the wrong size of pixels, it doesn't matter. Because this is using the pixels that are actually in the camera that the software looks at. So we now know the plate scale for this telescope on this particular night is 0.25003 arc seconds per pixel. Call it 0.25. The other decimal places are a little bit non-scientifically valid. Okay, where do we go from here? Step by step, this is how an evening's observing and measurement run goes. First, I focus on a first magnitude star with a batten-off mask, and then forget to take it off. And do an entire observing run with the batten-off mask on, and all you imagers know exactly what I'm talking about. Anyway, no, you've got to take the batten-off mask off. Then, with the H-alpha filter in place, the red filter, and the diffraction mask now in place, which you leave on, you use for this particular step, you take an image of a first magnitude star. Then you have to remove the mask and the filter. Next is you do your position angle calibration. You drift for 1.5 to 2 minutes, which works for the particular camera and telescope combination I'm using, and do it full frame, and it establishes your east-west line. Lock the focus, lock the camera rotation, don't touch anything after that. Now, go to your target binaries and acquire the video of each one. You can do 6 or 8 or 10 or 15 or 20. I've done as many as about 15 an hour. And don't forget, that's 200 frames of each. So I'm averaging 200 frames. Then take a final drift image to check that your camera didn't rotate, that you didn't touch it or bang it somehow. And it's not on this slide, but you should do, again, the diffraction mask with the H-alpha filter to make sure you didn't touch or change, or that the focus didn't change on you. Because if the focus changed on you and you're using an FCT, you've got a problem. Your data that night is no good. Then at home. So first you look at the drift image, get your position angle correction. Then you go through the aligning and the stacking, and you get those stacked images of the diffraction grating image and get your plate scale. And I have a spreadsheet that I use. You enter them on here. I'll show you the spreadsheet shortly. The home Then I align and stack the images from each video for each pair. Find the centroid of the image. Centroid is just a fancy word for center, because the images are fuzzed out a little bit. So as you know, if you really look at a stellar image, no matter how good your focusing is and how good everything is in your imaging train, and you magnify highly, you'll see that the star isn't a star anymore. It's a little circular, hopefully circular blob that's brighter in the center. The average of all the different pixels there gives you the center point. That's what a centroid is. And you enter those on the spreadsheet, then you get your results, write a paper, get published, and win the Nobel Prize. We hope. Now here's what my spreadsheet looks like. Look at the top line, STF 576. So that's a pair. Struve 576 was done on February 18th, a few years ago. Then the X1 value. So this is from the software. This gives me the X and Y coordinates of the primary star. And so it's 361 something and 243. So that's, you know how pixels are counted from one corner of the frame of a digital image. That's how many pixels it is from one particular corner. And then the next two columns, X2 and Y2, is the coordinates of the secondary star. And then this software calculates the difference in X and the difference in Y. And again, high school math people will remember that you've got, in order to get the slope of the line and the distance between 2 points of the line, you've got to get these delta X and delta Y values. So delta X is simply the difference between X1 value and X2 value. And delta Y is the difference between Y1 value and Y2. And by trigonometry, or Pythagoras if you want, you get the distance in pixels between the centroids of the two stars. In this case, it's 46.698 pixels. The calculated plate scale that night, done with my calibration stuff, was 0.274 arc seconds per pixel. So all I have to do is multiply 46.6 or whatever by 0.274, and I will get rho. And rho is the Greek letter used for separations in binary stars. And so this particular pair on that night, 12.795 arc seconds separation. I would publish that as a 12.8. Theta is the position angle. Now this is that column is raw. In other words, I haven't applied the correction yet. But the raw measured position angle is 171.53 degrees, and the correction is 0.66 of a degree. I always make it a game with myself to see how close I can get that camera to being exactly north. I look at it and look at it. And so I got it to the point where I was only 0.66 of a degree off. That's not bad. So the correction in this case was a positive correction, so I had to add 0.66 degrees to all the measures that night. And so the theta, the position angle of that pair was 172.19. And again, I don't publish the second decimal place, 172.2. And then you go to the next star, and so on, and so on, and so on. And if you look at the fourth item, STF 757AB, and run along to the right and look at rho, I got a measure of 0.887, which is about as close a pair as I could probably get. You've got to have dark sky in between the stars, or the software doesn't work correctly because the two star images overlap and it confuses where the centroid is. As a rule of thumb, I would not publish that because I don't think I can guarantee there's dark sky in between. I found, in my experience, that 3 times your actual Dawes limit is the limit for accurate measures. So with this 11-inch telescope, its Dawes limit is around 0.5 arc seconds. I would not want to publish a separation any tighter than 1.5 arc seconds, because that's the way I can guarantee have black sky all the way around and so on. So those those numbers can be assembled. Now, how consistent are my results? There's a good star in Cancer, Iota Cancri, is a Struve double star. And because it's so far away, I think they're both supergiant stars, and they may not even be a real double. It might just be two stars in line. But the point is, since its discovery in 1777, its separation has been 30.1 seconds. It hasn't moved at all, no orbital motion whatsoever. And its position angle has stayed at 308 degrees. So this is about as reliable as a calibration pair as you can find if you wanted to compare it. So I use it as a check just on my own methods. So over time, I have done 7 measures of this pair, and here are my measures for it. 308 degrees is the position angle, and my data, what's the worst one I have? 307.1 low, and 308.4 is high. And my separation, 30, 29, 30, 30, 29, 30, 30. I'm happy with that. These are publishable figures. And I say publishable. Where? I'm not going to get a paper into the Journal of Astrophysics or into Annals of the something or other, all these professional journals. Not going to happen. But there is a professional journal whose articles almost entirely are written by amateur astronomers. It's peer-reviewed. One of the peer reviewers is someone well known to us all, Rod Molise, who is on the faculty at the University of South Alabama. And I think he's in their physics and astronomy department. So he's one of the peer reviewers. In this Journal of Double Star Observations, you write a paper and send it in, and they'll help you if you need editing and so on. They'll send it back with suggestions, but they'll publish it. If your science is good, they'll publish it. So if you're into double star things, write down as you're watching this, the Journal of Double Star Observations, the JDSO. And there's, if you don't want to measure binary stars the way I do it, there's years and years and years and years of articles, probably 20 years of articles in this, and it comes out monthly. So you can imagine how many articles in there. It's fascinating reading. And there's people doing what I do, which is just sending measures in, and there's people doing all kinds of other things are going on, and all to do with double stars. There's a list of just 1 month's articles measuring neglected double stars. Look, you can do it with an Altaz telescope, it says. He'll give his methodology there so you can try it yourself. Double star measurements made using an equatorially mounted refractor and an Altaz. See how it works. CCDs are used, and so on. People are discovering double stars. The sky, I'm telling you, there's so much you can do working with double, and it's real, honest to gosh, nuts and bolts science. If you want, I've always wanted to progress from taking pretty pictures or whatever, going through your astronomical league lists, and you've done them all, and you want to do something else, do some science. And it's not just double stars. I throw this also to the variable star people and the nova discoverers and so on. What can amateurs do? If you go to the Washington Double Star Catalog, there are lists of neglected doubles that they need measures of. The professional astronomers often don't have time. The telescope time is jealously guarded and hard to get on the big pro telescopes. But if these are wide enough, like I say, 3 times your Dawes limit, so you can do reasonably valid work with a 3-inch telescope, but they'd have to be wide pairs and bright. So there's neglected pairs. You can discover new pairs, work on a technique. If you teach and have an astronomy club at your school or college, get the students out there measuring. You can contribute measures to the WDS, but you can't send them in straight. You have to send them to the JDSO, and then they'll be included in the Washington Double Star Catalog. You can also do photometry of the brightness of the members of a pair. There are other people who don't even have a telescope, they do something called data mining. They go with computer software and spreadsheets software, they go looking for pairs of stars that show the same proper motion. And so suddenly they become, these pairs are gravitationally linked, and they may even, then they're studied further to see if they're showing orbital motion and so on. But amateur-sized equipment can do pro work in the field of double stars. There's plenty of work to be done. Thank you for listening.
Let's go, Aaliyah. Let's give him another prize.
50.
50? Ah, I wish I was 50 again. Pat, what's the prize for number 50?
Okay, number 50, George Fleener. You've won a Celestrank Power Tank Glow, a pair of 2022 Winter Star Party tickets, which we plan on having, and also 2022 Winter Star Party merchandise pack. Hope we see you next year.
Hey, hey, hey! It's time for some of those world-famous Star Party brownies from Mickey's Kitchen.
Hi, I'm Kent Martz with Explore Scientific. This is the Explore Scientific Sun Catcher Large Aperture Solar Filter. It's made with Thousand Oaks film that meets all governmental requirements for safe solar viewing. It's also highly tear and puncture resistant. It's good for optical viewing with your own eyes with the sun or on a telescope. We have 5 sizes ranging from the small one that fits a 70 to 80 millimeter telescope all the way up to our new huge aperture sun catcher that was made in response to customer requests who have 10 and 12 inch truss tube Dobsonian telescopes. These are wonderful devices whether you want to use your telescope for visual or for astrophotography. They're easy to put together, they're customizable with foam pads that fit on the back side, and you can cut them to fit whatever size telescope you need. It's a wonderful way to extend the life of your telescope into the day because the sun takes up half of our day. Sunspots are beautiful in this film, which gives a wonderful orange-yellow glow. These are the Explore Scientific Sun Catcher Solar Filters.
Southern Cross Astronomical Society is not only a visual observation club. We have some very passionate astrophotographers. Next, we would like to present some of their finest images.
not, guys, don't forget to get your 2021 Winter Star Party swag right here at this address. Over the years, I got to meet Tippy several times at the Winter Star Party. He was a great guy, a celestial pirate, and he touched many, many other lives. Here's a little tribute to Tippy by some of his friends.
Tippy was a more than a friend to me. I would call him Uncle Tippy. He would call me his son. We had a very close relationship through the years, over the decades that I knew Tippy. You know, I was always inspired by not only his knowledge of astronomy, but his zest for life, for whether it was looking up at the stars or trying to catch some amazing feature on Mars, you know, or teaching people astronomy, or his zest for conducting what was arguably one of the very best star parties in the world, the Winter Star Party, which he helped found so many years ago. He was you know, passionate, concerned, not afraid to speak up for what he thought was right. And you know, it was that kind of drive, that kind of person that it takes to create an amazing event like Winter Star Party is. So I think that we all feel his influence even today. I can still hear his laughter, his jokes, his comments. You know, even when Tippy was in his last days, he was still hilarious. I met not very many people that had his level of humor, so I miss it. And he was a great friend, you know, with many of you, I think, that may be watching this video. But I miss the guy, you know. He told me before he passed on that he really felt that I was a son to him, and you know, that's something that really touches me. So, Tippy, if you're listening somehow, I hope you're having a great time and seeing the heavens like you never did before.
Back in the 1980s, we used to gather for star parties as often as we could. Usually this was every weekend for at least one night, except near full moons. Anyway, we didn't have smartphones and weather apps, so we could go out, whether it was cloudy or not, convincing ourselves that the clouds would clear off. One of our favorite places to go was Chiquita State Park. So it was natural that for Tippy's 50th birthday party, we all gathered at Chiquita for a big shindig. After partying all afternoon, it was of course cloudy that night, so we all kept eating, drinking, and talking away well into the night. Well, I think it was Don Parker who first opened the topic of how the military tested their aircraft engines. Naturally, they tested for bird strikes by firing chickens into them. Not live ones, that would be inhumane, but dead ones, roadkill. Publix frozen chickens? I don't know, it was never specified. Anyway, we were well lubricated by the time the subject came up, so of course we were meticulously interested in all the details and found each one uproariously funny. But none was funnier than by what method the hapless poultry were injected into the running jet engines. Of course, no one, least of all Don, knew the answer. Speculation ran amok. A catapult? A low-grade airman second class sprinting for his life obliquely across the jet wash and tossing it in? And so forth. It was ultimately decided that there must exist a military-grade chicken cannon used as the delivery device. And this became the recurring theme for the rest of the evening. There are a few times in my life that I remember laughing so hard I couldn't breathe, but this was one of them, and it was for Tippy too. There was also another time, but that story comes later.
Hi, I'm Barbara Harris. I've been friends with Tippy and Patty DeOria since the late 1980s when I joined the Southern Cross Astronomical Society. Tippy and Patty were my first astronomical friends. We all know how special Tippy and Patty are to the astronomical community because of them founding the Winter Star Party. I'd like to share a personal story about Tippy to let you know what kind of person he was. Tippy, Patty, and I were having dinner one night at a restaurant bar, and a man at the bar was trying to pick me up. We tried to dissuade him, but he was pretty persistent and wouldn't leave us alone. Tippy was ready to fight this man, despite this man being a lot bigger than Tippy. He finally left us alone, but Tippy did not back down, and I was so impressed of what he was willing to do for me. A few days later, I bought Tippy a mug that said, "What a guy." And I think he really appreciated that mug. And I really appreciated him for his heroism that night. It just goes to show you what type of person he was, and that he will do anything for you. And I will never forget him for it. And he will always be in my memories. And that story will always be special to me.
The first time I met Tippy was at the Winter Star Party in 2003. He had such a way of making you feel welcome to be there. And I was really glad to be there. Florida in February was so much nicer than Ohio in February. I remember thinking how much he reminded me of one of my college professors. And later on, I learned there was a good reason for that. He was a teacher. Tippy was always willing to help anybody with anything. He was so good at outreach and working with telescopes and photography. There would be times groups of us would be sitting around just talking, and Tippy would get you laughing so hard you felt like you just couldn't breathe. And then there was other times we'd be discussing equipment or what was new in the cosmos. And that's where his knowledge would really shine. He would help you look at things in a different way, to think about it from another angle. And I really enjoyed listening to him talk about the volcanoes. That was amazing. If I remember right, he had led an expedition to Costa Rica, I think for National Geographic, to do a film. And the pictures and the stories he told were amazing. I really think Tippy had the heart of an adventurer. And I can't think about the Winter Star Party without thinking about Tippy. And there's two things I remember, and they're really small things, but I always seem to remember his straw hat. Anytime I see a straw hat, I think of Tippy. And if you look at Winter Star Party pictures, you're going to see Tippy in that straw hat. And another time was at night. I couldn't see anything, hardly what was in front of me, and I could hear these two voices in the dark walking down the gravel road. And they were laughing and talking, and I knew it was Tippy and Don Parker. When you got Tippy and Don together, good times were going to roll. Tippy and Don are missed by so many, but they left us with so many great memories.
Bobby Reefer was, at that time, the Southern Cross Star Party director, or at least he was the guy who called everybody to get them to come out. Bobby drove an old, broken-down Volkswagen bus. He always brought elaborate cooked food with him to star parties, and more than once, we all had a good laugh as raccoons would get into the bus and steal his food. I particularly remember 2 raccoons in the parking lot fighting over beef bourguignon. Anyway, he was always fiddling with that bus, trying to keep it going. One night at Chiquita, after asking us if anyone had piano wire to assist his repair efforts, he ultimately gave up and set up his Dobsonian to do some observing. We were all quietly observing when we hear Bobby, "Oh my God, come look, come look." Well, we all go running to take a look. I remember Tippy and Patty were there, but I don't recall who all else. In Bobby's eyepiece was this huge, bright, elliptical or edge-on spiral galaxy. I mean, it looked as big and bright as Andromeda. We were all like, which one is this? And we're frantically scrambling through our star charts. Of course, it wasn't on any chart. My God, how could astronomers have missed this for all these centuries? That Charles Messier, what an idiot for not finding this one. This stupidity went on for at least half an hour, maybe more. In fairness, it was late and we probably all had a toddy or two. Bobby was all ready to run to a phone and announce his discovery to Brian Marsden at the Smithsonian Astrophysical Observatory, when someone, and I'm pretty sure it was Tippy, pulled off Bobby's eyepiece and gave the inside optic a good look. Sure enough, there was a very faint grease smear on the inside of the eyepiece, undoubtedly deposited after Bobby's work on the VW. But what a beautiful galaxy it made. And so was discovered the great dumbbell galaxy, jointly discovered by a bunch of dumbbells, including Bobby, me, Tippy, and Patty Diaria.
Hi, I'm Steve O'Mara. I'm one of Tippy's friends. I'm sure one of his many friends. And one thing I really remember about Tippy was his fantastic lecture, Stellar Heliocentric Illustration Tissue. If you'd have to think about the acronym for Stellar Heliocentric Illustration Tissue. And he would use toilet paper rolls to meter out the solar system, and in the end he'd have the audience covered with toilet paper, and everyone had a great time. And he's given that lecture from Canada to Guatemala City to El Salvador. He was always a joy to be with, and I miss him dearly, as many of you know. He probably he did first meet at the Winter Star Party. He just opened his arms to me, made me feel welcome. I came from the north, he was from the south, and there was no divide. He just took me on board with his wife Patty, and they just made me feel at home. Let me use this 18-inch and showed me things that I had never seen before. But the most memories I have of him are really with the volcanoes and the tours that we went to. And I chose Tippy because when you go to a volcano, you need to be able to trust someone. You need someone who's going to be dedicated and aware. He was all those things. He was more than trustworthy, always kept the best records. And what a dedicated individual. I remember one trip up Il Salco in El Salvador, which was a very steep climb, a volcano that just goes straight up, very steep, several thousand feet. And Tippy, you know, he had his health issues, and nevertheless, just using a walking stick, we went up that volcano, and I remember getting to about the halfway point, several thousand feet high, and he wasn't sure if he was going to make it, but Bob and I stayed with him, and we just said one foot in front of the other, and we took our time. It took it doesn't matter how long it took. It's just that we just kept talking. We kept him motivated. We got beyond the halfway point, and then he knew he could make it. And by the time we got to the top, I just remember the first thing he said was, "Wait until I tell Patty." And and that's the thing I remember most about Tippy, is his devotion and love for Patty. Boy, was he just in love with Patty, and all our discussions we'd have, he'd just say how lucky he was to have someone like Patty in his life, and they just broke the mold with Tippy. What a man, what a true gentleman, honest, sincere, trusting, a true friend. I miss him dearly. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Bob Benward.
I'm here today to tell you the story of how Tippy and I met and show you some pictures and hopefully show you a side of Tippy that maybe you haven't seen before. So my first trip to the Winter Star Party was probably back in 1989, but I didn't meet Tippy till probably 1991. But I really didn't get to know him at the Winter Star Party. I got to know him someplace else. So I had been traveling with Steve O'Meara on some volcano trips, and just as Steve had done with me a few years prior, he invited Tippy to come down to see some volcanoes with us. The first trip was a dual trip to the Congreso Iberoamericano de Astronomía, essentially Latin American Astronomy Conference. And with that, let me go to some pictures for you. This is a group shot of the attendees of the astronomy conference. These were a very enthusiastic group of people. They were very much interested in meeting other amateur astronomers from around the world to find out what they were doing in the field of amateur astronomy. And they were great hosts. They treated us like kings, and that evening, they took us up to a hotel. It was a beautiful hotel on top of a mountain. The entire hotel was made from lava block veneer. All the sidewalks and all the walls and the buildings were all lava veneer. They took us to our room. We walked over to the balcony, opened up the curtains, and this is what we saw. This is the Izalco volcano. The hotel was built on an adjacent mountain, so tourists could sit on their balcony and watch the volcano erupt at night. Only one problem: the day the hotel was completed was the day the volcano stopped erupting. This is sunset from the hotel. We're at the reception area. There's Tippy in the front, and some of you may recognize Anna Reyes in the background there. So it was a beautiful evening overlooking the volcano, and this is in preparation for the next day where we would climb the volcano. To get to the volcano, we had to take a wild Jeep ride crashing through the jungle, and there you see Tippy and Steve smiling ear to ear, relieved that we made it out alive. And there you see Tippy wearing his Winter Star Party sweatshirt. Here we are at the top of the volcano enjoying the view. There's Tippy, Steve, and Anna, and myself behind the camera. And there you see a shot of the three of us, Tippy, Steve, myself, and a young lady named Tammy. Tippy was very popular with the younger crowd over there. They were very eager to pick his brains, and they nicknamed him the El Viejo Gallo, the old wise rooster. And there at the bottom you can see Mrs. Biscuits sitting on his lap. Here's a shot of Tippy, Anna, and myself. Often Tippy and I would travel out of Miami together down to Costa Rica. One time landing in San Jose, we did a go-around and diverted to Nicaragua. So we were stuck there for about 45 minutes. The lounge had Cuban cigars, so Tippy was quite happy that day. Here we are at the Poás volcano. This is a aqua blue water-filled caldera volcano just north of San Jose. It's a first stop for most visitors visiting volcanoes in Costa Rica. There's often condensation clouds, so if you ever get to see the bottom of the lake, you're quite fortunate. On the way to the Arenal volcano, there's a little town just about 5 miles east called La Fortuna. Over the years, this town has changed quite a bit due to volcano tourism, but it still holds a little charm and some wonderful memories for us. And this is why we keep coming back to Costa Rica. This is the Arenal volcano, which erupted continuously from 1968 through 2010. We spent a lot of time here watching the volcano, photographing, talking, drinking, laughing, visiting other places in Costa Rica, and this is where I really got to know Tippy, and he became like a big brother to me, and we talked a lot. He talked a lot about Patty, and you could tell Patty was the brightest star in his sky, and he loved her very much. And this was the beginning of a long friendship. One year, Tippy had gotten a great shot of an eruption in Arenal, And later that year, I believe David Levy wrote an article, Parade Magazine, around 1999, and tapped Tippy for that cover picture. So Tippy's shot ended up on the cover of Parade Magazine. So kudos to him for that. Here we are at the Soufriere Hills volcano in Montserrat. This first erupted in July 1995, and again, last time I think in 2012. The three of us have been to Montserrat quite a few times, and often trading back and forth year after year between Costa Rica, Arenal, and Montserrat. We've been there so many times, we almost called the place home. And this is why we keep coming back to Montserrat. This is a moonlit shot late in the evening. So that was a small sampling of some of our trips, and you know, being from New York, those trips were really the way I got to know Tippy over the years. And you know, after he stopped working the Winter Star Party and stepped back a bit, my wife and Julie and I were able to get to know Tippy and Patty much better on the outside of the Winter Star Party. So it led to a long 25-year friendship, and Tippy was like a big brother to me, and we miss him dearly, and what can I say? We just miss him a lot. And Tippy, hope you're doing good, and someday we'll see you again.
Hello, my name is Sharon Grant. I am past president with Southern Cross Astronomical Society. I first met Tippy D'Auria at his 40th birthday party. It was held at Chiquita State Park. During the daytime we had a barbecue, and at nighttime we had a star party. But it wasn't until a meeting at Southern Cross Astronomical Society that I realized what Tippy's dream was. It was to have the biggest and the best star party of them all. And he did accomplish that. He started the star party because he wanted Southern Cross Astronomical Society to have an observatory in Miami, Florida for both the club members and the public. And we do have one now. The Winter Star Party started at Mahogany Hammock in the Everglades National Park in 1984. However, I didn't start going to the Winter Star Party for 3 years after. A few years later, the Star Party was already growing so fast, Tippy had to find another place. So he contacted the Boy Scouts on West Summerlin Key, which is now called Scout Key. And we started going there. And just a few years later, it was too big. We had too many people. Tippy contacted the Girl Scouts. And the Girl Scouts had a lease where we would be allowed 600 people, and they had accommodations for the vendors and the speakers, and it was wonderful. Tippy's next dream was to get the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts camp together. And after many years, he finally accomplished that too. The Winter Star Party has been able to give the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts telescopes, electricity, and other things that would help them out there. The highlight of the Winter Star Party was Friday afternoon, when we all met at the fire pit in the afternoon for a drawing of wonderful gifts that were donated by the vendors. Tippy was an astronomical person in himself. He met so many people, and so many people loved him. And the Winter Star Party was made up with a lot of amateur astronomers, along with other people that were already famous in astronomy. Tippy, I do thank you for your friendship. I miss you so much. And I just want you to know I thank you for the present that you left us all, the Winter Star Party.
Hello, I'm Lucille Heinrich, and this is my husband, Fred. We want to thank the Astronomical League for inviting us to say a few words in memory of Tippy D'Auria. In 1984, Fred and I attended the first Winter Star Party at Mahogany Hammock in the Florida Everglades. I can remember how cold it was, and little did we realize at that time that this event, now 37 years later, would still be going strong. One thing we did know was that Tippy was the driving force behind this event, and his goal, which he often articulated, was to see an observatory established in the Miami area by the Southern Cross Astronomical Society. Later, when Tippy could no longer take the helm, we saw Tim Kahn take up the mantle as Star Party Director and Charlie Perillo as host coordinator. Thanks to them and so many others, we made Tippy's dream come true. During the 33 years that we attended the Winter Star Party, which 14 were spent as its registrars, we could always tell when Tippy was present, as he generated a certain kind of electricity that motivated people and drew them to him. I often picture Tippy as a comet streaking across the sky, with so many of us hanging on to his wake. Who could forget Bob Summerfield riding herd on the vendors, Don Parker speaking at every Star Party until his death, Mickey's Kitchen with her famous midnight brownies, and Patty DiArio's creative Winter Star Party shirts, 2 of which we are wearing. All of these wonderful people were drawn into Tippy's mission, and we loved it. We remember Tippy's famous toilet paper talk, where he used toilet paper to illustrate how far from Earth were the planets and constellations. Soon the stage was awash in toilet paper, with Tippy standing knee-deep in a sea of the stuff. The audience got it, and Tippy loved it. But the highlight of the Winter Star Party, not counting the wonderful night skies, was the door prize drawing. Here Tippy was in his glory. He loved giving out the prizes. He loved it when he saw the delight on someone's face as they ran up to claim a Nagler eyepiece or a Meade telescope. We remember his ching ching when a number was called and no one claimed the prize. The crowd would always chime in with Tippy's ching ching in mock sympathy for someone who lost out on a coveted door prize. And lost we did. When Tippy's comet turned away from the Earth and headed out perhaps to the asteroid named after him. But one thing we know for sure, his spirit is still blazing in our hearts, and remember him with deep affection and with the joyful memories he gave us. Thank you, Tippy. Your life was certainly a life well lived.
I think it was our second year together serving on the Southern Cross board, and Tippy brought up his plan to hold a winter star party. And you would have to be there to see the reaction on our dear President Bill Douglas. He looked like he had been T-boned by an asteroid. He couldn't wrap his head around such an event. Tippy and Patty were marvelous and gracious, and we all had a great time together and meeting so many wonderful new people at these winter star parties.
It was another of those times that I remember laughing so hard that I was completely in tears and could barely breathe. Tippy and I were in Costa Rica at Arenal Volcano, which we had both visited many times. On this occasion, we had a room both at the base of the volcano and also at the Volcano Observatory Lodge, which was higher up the mountain on the quote-unquote safe side. It was around midnight when we went to bed. We had a nice room at the lodge with 2 twin beds. Anyway, we were pretty tired after a full day of observing the volcano, so bed felt good. I remember just beginning to doze when I hear bloop, Tippy passing gas. Okay, some chuckles ensue, about 5 minutes pass, and I start to fall asleep again when I pass gas. Some more energetic laughs this time, and then we settle down again to quiet. Some minutes go by, and by now I've lost track of who's doing what, but sure enough, another one breaks the silence. Now things really get going. What was that? Howler monkeys? Har, har, har. Silence. Then another one rolls out. Oh my God, the volcano's erupting. Run, run. Har, har, har. And on and on. I hear your mom calling you. Hey, who's got the air horn? That's a shitty alarm clock. Was that a coati or an aardvark? And on it went. God knows what we had for dinner, I don't remember, but this went on for hours. We were in tears and laughing so hard at this point that sleep was out of the question. We were both too busy waiting for the next eruption and thinking about the next wisecrack. Needless to say, the next day we were too tired to do a hell of a lot. Strangely, we met David Hasselhoff, who was also staying at the lodge. Another laugh. We hoped that our carrying on hadn't kept him awake all night too. And that was the second story I recall where Tippy and I laughed so hard we were in tears and could hardly breathe. I'm sure there were more.
I'd like to introduce to you my friend Dr. James Webb, and he's going to give a presentation on the Stalker Observatory, which I personally helped design.
Hello, I'd like to welcome everyone to the Stalker Astroscience Center at Florida International University's Mitch-Medique campus in West Miami. You may be wondering, why put an observatory in the middle of a bright suburb area like West Miami? The idea is that when I got here, we were basically teaching introductory astronomy, placing telescopes on top of building roofs, literally on the roofs, not on an observing pad, or out in the grass underneath the parking lot lights. So the idea of going to the roof was to get above the ground lights. So once you get above the ground lights, you're at least a little bit of a better view of the sky. And you can always see the moon, you can always see the bright planets, no matter how light polluted the area is. So I wanted to get a real observatory, so it's teaching astronomy in rooftops or underneath parking lot lights is sort of like teaching chemistry in a bathroom instead of a lab. Sure, you have in a bathroom you have running water and you have you can flush things down the toilet, but it's not really inspiring to learn in that area. So what we wanted is a real observatory so students could take introductory astronomy and learn about astronomy from an observatory. Maybe get inspired a little bit. So I worked to raise the money. We raised over $1 million. It got matched by the state twice. So we designed a $3 million facility. So my basic design was taken by architects, and the mechanical engineer for the project was actually a Southern Cross person, Mr. Tim Kahn, designed the support structure for the telescope and basically mechanically isolated all the telescope support structure. So it's sort of 3 buildings in one. It's got the outer shell of the building where the offices and all the things are. It's got the telescope structure, which has its own foundation. Nowhere touches the rest of the building. It goes inside that tubular structure. And then the elevator is offset and again doesn't vibrate the building. The flat part of the roof is actually an observing pad. I'll show you in a little bit. That where we have permanent piers for Celestron 8-inch and 11-inch telescopes for students to use. Only advanced students get to use the 24-inch telescope inside the dome. But since 2013, we've had over 230 tours, probably about 11,000 visitors, general public, administrators, faculty, staff, students, high school students, grade school students. We've had tours of Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts and Cub Scouts. We have CCD cameras with filters on the 24-inch automated telescope. We've had observations over 200 nights with even from South Florida where it's cloudy a lot. 200 nights when images were taken, thousands of images of the moon, planets, comets, star clusters, star formation regions, galaxies, and yes, even quasars. We can actually take science images of quasars. And some of these images have been contributed to International Blazar research observations. That's my research. We've actually able to do research with this instrument. When I first tried to get this observatory, I never thought we'd be able to actually do research with it, but I was totally wrong. I'm glad I'm wrong. This is a top view of it. You can see the flat roof of the Astroscience Center. and the little thing sticking out is basically where telescopes are put up. So students come there on the evening, and we set up telescopes, and they actually get to look at the moon, the planets, and stars. The first floor, when I was designing the building, I basically went around and visited observatories and science centers all over the world. Everywhere I went on vacation, I had to make a detour to a science center. And I noticed that spectacular entryway exhibition hall was the most spectacular parts. It really got you thinking it's a special place. So I wanted to design a nice entryway exhibition hall that leads into the lab room. So on the right hand, you have the circular room is our entryway exhibitions hall. Has a very special feature in the center, I'll tell you about in a minute. Then you go through the doors to the lab room. And the lab room is also a concert hall, which I'll talk about in a minute. So this is the exhibition hall. So around the perimeter of this exhibition hall, you have displays like the history of space flight. You have TV monitors showing images taken with a 24-inch telescope. We did the entire Messier list. We also have Space Telescope View Space TV going all the time. And we have history of telescopes. We actually have pictures from Southern Cross members in the lobby, Don Parker especially. And then you can see on the floor here we have a 6-foot glass tile mosaic, Italian glass tile mosaic of a painting, basically linking the South Florida climate to astronomy. Really spectacular. I got the idea from the Mola Science Institute in Hawaii. They had a 16-foot glass tile mosaic, and I actually got the same person who designed that one to design ours. So here's our mosaic. Here's the painting of the mosaic came from. This constellation, of course, is Southern Cross, and now defunct space shuttle of the moon, and a palm tree indicating it. Now in this room, not only do we have a really special floor, we also have a special ceiling. When you look up to the ceiling, you actually see the Hubble Deep Field image. We have basically a dome ceiling. So just putting star image on there, I had a couple paint the Hubble Deep Field image up there. Then you go in the lab room, and again we have a lab room with tables, but we can take the tables out, and that's home for our star parties. We also tuned the room to be a concert hall. So we have so once we take the tables out, we put in chairs. We can have star parties. We have lectures, and we can also have concerts. So this is me talking about the solar eclipse during the 2007. We had over 2,000 people come to the observatory for the solar eclipse. And then here's the picture in the upper right-hand side is basically the dome ceiling. You can see the foliage painted around it, and all these are the little white spots are galaxies. There's again the mosaic. We have a quote from Carl Sagan over the door leading into the lab room. And there's the roof with Mike Smith, Southern Cross member, who also works for FIU, with a solar telescope setting up, he in the background setting up a Celestron C8 with a solar filter on it, looking at the sun. So that roof is very special. In the room downstairs, lab room, I said it was tuned for concerts. This is Muriel Anderson playing her harp guitar, along with me accompanying her during a star party in a fundraiser for the Student Observatory. We're singing John Lennon's Imagine, song Imagine. And I was terrified because she's really spectacular. She's a world-renowned classical guitarist and fingerstyle guitarist. She studied under John Williams, classical guitar, and Chet Atkins. So let's move to the second floor. This contains faculty offices and a library, astronomy library. Also one of the most special rooms on campus. It has what we call the Starship Telescope Control Room. So FIU is a member of the SARA Consortium, which we operate telescopes all around the world on Canary Islands, off the coast of Africa, Sartololo, Chile, and Kitt Peak National Observatory. And also the telescope on the roof. We control them all from this room. When I designed a room, I thought, man, when I put all the screens I need, because I need a telescope control, camera control, and weather screen for each telescope. Three telescopes, then you need 9 screens. it looks like a Starship control room. I wonder if I can actually make it look like a Starship control room. So I asked the powers that be at the university, and they said yes. There's where our observatories are that we control from the room. Kitt Peak National Observatory, 6,800 feet. We have a 1 meter telescope there. Sertololo, Chile. We have a 28-inch telescope there. And Canary Islands off the coast of Africa. Again, a 1 meter telescope. 7,000 feet above sea levels. These are great observing sites. So we go in the control room, we log into the telescopes over the network. One screen for the camera, one screen for telescope control, and 1 or 2 screens for the weather. Because of course the most important thing is you have to make sure the weather is good before you open the dome. You're 2,000 miles away from your instrument on average, and so you can't go up and check for clouds. We have weather stations, we have all sky cameras, and we monitor satellite readings to make sure it's clear to open the telescopes. So only certain people are allowed to open remotely. Here's better pictures of our control room. This big screen in the center, we can put any of the small screens up to the big screen just by the touch of a panel. And that's the captain's chair there in the center, on the lower right hand of the upper left hand picture. And from there I have a mini iPad. I can operate all the screens, throw them all around on the main screen if I want. So we have, for the left side of the main console here in the center, it's our Kitt Peak station. We have the telescope control screen, camera control screen, 2 weather screens, and then we have a picture, live feed from space station there on the monitor right now. Of course, we have some decorations, Starfleet Command decorations. Really inspires students to want to learn. We also have sidereal clocks. Really inspires students want to get in there and work and learn. We spend a lot of time in there. We also have speakers around the room because we listen to music while we're observing. It's another view of the control room. Students hard at work, taking images. It's a really excellent place to teach. Then we go to the 3rd floor, and we have student offices. We have a computer image processing lab with 10 computers with image processing software called Myra, and we teach students how to reduce the images they take through the telescopes and do science with them, and also produce pretty pictures. And this is just a round room above the control room and below the telescope. So astronomy club meets there, and also a student study area. So it's just a nice room. Students can go in and have fun. Now we're going to go to the roof, the 4th floor, the rooftop. So we had to make at least 3 stories high to get above all the surrounding buildings because we wanted to get around the surrounding lights. And also worked very hard to try to tame the lights on the other buildings. And some have been more cooperative than others. So here's the roof. We have 6 permanent piers. And you notice the elevator is offset, and there's just bridges over to the various floors. So the elevator has its own foundation. So when the elevator goes up and down, no vibrations get transmitted to the observing pad. And it's the main telescope room. And so there's an underlying concrete pad plus a vibration absorbent material, and then the rooftop for you to walk on. So you can jump up and down right here beside any of the piers, and you don't vibrate the piers because they're rigidly attached to the underlying concrete slab. And then Tim Kahn designed a remarkable table. You see the 4 posts here in the round part, 4 little rectangles there. Those are all right to the ground. Nowhere do they touch the building, so they're independent of the entire building. So no matter how much the building vibrates, the telescope won't vibrate. It turns out to be a very stable platform. And on top of that, we have a pier that runs up, and the telescope sits on top of that pier. It's our 24-inch Ritchie-Chin reflecting telescope, totally automated, and it's designed specifically for this observatory by astronomical consultants and equipment. This is one of the best pointing and best tracking telescopes I've ever used. I can track 5 minutes without any trailing at all, without doing any auto guiding, and the pointing is almost always exact. You type in the coordinates, and the object will be in the center of the field just about every time. field of view at about six or seven Archimedes on the side. We have CCD cameras. We have science filters, UV, R&I, Johnson UV, R&I. And also we have pretty picture filters, red, blue, and green, and luminous filters. So that's our observatory. And because of this observatory, we've actually got some ground to work on light pollution on campus. And so I've got them to turn out several really offending lights. And I've been trying to work with administration and with basically facilities managers to try to fix the lighting. Because it's a win-win-win-win situation. You get better views like this. These are some of the images from our telescope. You save money, you lower carbon footprint, you make the sky better all at the same time. So there's no downside to controlling light. And so there's some images from our 24-inch telescope. And so you can see a lot from light polluted Miami if you know what you're doing, if you have the proper equipment. And again, it depends on which direction you're pointed. And this is our the great conjunction of 2020 through one of our smaller telescopes, actually, with a cell phone camera. I think a nice little picture of Saturn at the bottom and Jupiter at the top, got in the same field of view. We also got some images on with a 24-inch. Actually, we're close enough that we got both of them in the same 24-inch image. Pretty spectacular. But as I mentioned before, not only can I do things, I can also do quasar work. So quasars are supermassive black holes in the center of protogalaxies. They fluctuate in weight and brightness, and we don't know exactly why or how. So that's what I study as for research. This is a light curve. This is Julian date down here. Several years of observations showing the fluctuations of the quasar. These are magnitudes over here. It goes between 14th and 18th magnitude, actually 13 and a half and 18th magnitude. That's over about a 4.5 magnitude range of brightness change. There's no periodic fluctuations to it. We don't know what it's going to look like the next time you look at it, but they're really exciting objects to look at. And I never thought when I was designing and building the observatory that we could do science with it, but I was totally wrong. It's nice being wrong once in a while. You're wrong in the right direction. So the observatory is actually returning more than it promised in a big way. And we have lots of public, as I mentioned before, we have lots of public lectures. And also some music. I write astronomy music. Play guitar, and I actually, since there's not much astronomy music out there, I actually decided to write my own songs and play my own songs. And there's a picture of my CD called Reaching for the Stars. It's available on lots of different formats. But there's a picture of me. I go around playing planetariums. So I've done concerts at the Miami Space Transit Planetarium, planetarium in Melbourne, Florida, University of Florida, and also Ball State University and Butler University in Indiana. Played a couple of venues in North Carolina. Tried to make my debut at the Bluebird Cafe in Nashville, Tennessee, but they wouldn't let me in, so I had to play my songs on the front porch before they opened. But if you're interested in the CD of space music, it's one of the only 2 CDs that are certified Space Imagination products. The other one was by Mannheim Steamroller, which isn't too bad. Yeah, it was actually, this CD is actually sold at the Kennedy gift shop, FIU gift shop, CD Baby, and Amazon.com. So just search for James Webb Reaching for the Stars CD, and that should come up. And Kate Stein of WLRN compared me to Bob Dylan. Reminds me a little bit of Bob Dylan. Actually, feels like your astronomer's answer to Blowing in the Wind. And science fiction writer Spider Robinson commented, Dr. Webb is a gifted, intelligent songwriting, music with something to say, more than just let's do it. Like James Taylor, he makes music that suggests just think about it a little first. And so, not too bad. So I'll leave you with a little song. You should be reaching for the stars instead of blowing up buildings and cars.
Should be watching rockets rise up to the sky instead of watching innocent people die. Looking back at the nature of life, evolution had its place in strife. Survival and natural selection brought us this close to perfection. Should be learning how nature works instead of learning to destroy our own works. Should be exploring the vast universe instead of justifying hate with holy verse. Looking out into space and time, universe a dangerous place we find. Why do humans think it's so much worse? We're all citizens of the same universe. Should be learning how nature works instead of learning to destroy our own works. Should be exploring the vast universe instead of justifying hate with holy verse. Should be reaching for the stars instead of blowing up buildings and cars. Should be watching rockets rise up to the sky instead of watching innocent people die. Brains and logic, we can go past this place. It's fundamental race, resistant race. Join each other to look up in the sky. Weave a plan so no one has to die. Should be reaching for the stars instead of blowing up buildings and cars. Should be watching rockets rise up to the sky instead of watching innocent people die. Should be reaching for the stars instead of blowing up buildings and cars. Should be watching rockets rise up to the sky instead of watching innocent people die. Anyway, that song is called We Should Be Reaching for the Stars. You can also go to YouTube. The songs are on YouTube. So go to YouTube, search for James Webb, Reaching for the Stars, and all the songs should come up. And just in case you're wondering, my name's James Webb. No, I'm not related to James Webb that the James Webb Space Telescope is named after, and it's not named after me. It's actually a song on the CD called James Webb Space Telescope is not named after me. Anyway, thank you for going through this tour. Hopefully in the near future we'll get COVID under control and we can actually have physical tours and star parties.
The Explore Scientific USB power bank with red light flashlight is a great item to use when you're out doing astronomy with a go-to system. The power bank features a 8,300 milliamp hour power supply that has a on-off switch and LED light indicators show the charge. It also comes with a USB port that allows you to charge other devices. It comes in this beautiful Wiltarian box. The cable to connect the power supply to your Explore Scientific mount has tips that fit either the Exos 2 GT with PMC8 or without, and the iXOS 100 PMC8 system. It also comes with a charging cord that's generously long that makes it easy to charge your battery from any AC power supply. It also comes with a red light that allows you, if you need to shine it to illuminate things on the ground or around your tripod. The Explore Scientific USB power supply can be used for other things as well. I've had people who use it who have been in California blackouts who have said that they used it and it kept their phones charged for days on end. So it's a multi-use product that's great for Explore Scientific products.
Let's take a trip back to 2010. Here is the legendary Dr. Don Parker.
The core of today's imaging. When I was working on my doctorate, one of the projects I was working on was special film techniques, and so I went with Don and brought my 24, in the days of film, remember that stuff, 24-15 recording film, and a tank of hydrogen gas and a hypering chamber I built down to Coral Gables. And so Don and I wander in and go into the kitchen where his wife Mo's seated, and she says, "What are you going to do with that hydrogen?" And Don says, "We're going to put it in the oven. That's what we're going to do with it." So it is absolutely my pleasure to introduce Don Parker. Dr. Parker, as you know, is a retired anesthesiologist.
It's working.
but is so well known for his solar system studies. And this afternoon, he's going to talk to us about weather and the solar system. Dr. Don Parker.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Can you all hear me back there? I don't know if you use the mic. Shut up, Troy Annie. All right. Well, light travels faster than sound, so that's why some people appear bright until you hear them speak. So we'll see if I can live up to that. Okay, first of all, I'm not going to talk about global warming. I don't think I need to anymore, right? I'm just going to show you what Mars is going to look like tonight at 11 o'clock. This will be 11 p.m. tonight. And just give you some features because Mars will be kind of about 75 degrees up for everybody. And this is the way it would look through a reflector or a Dobsonian or something without a star diagonal. If you can get a Dobsonian not to blow over tonight, it'll be fine. This is south. This is the evening limb, so Mars rotates from right to left. And the most prominent feature is called Syrtis Major, which is a big volcanic plateau. Those lights are dimming. I'm not having a stroke, is that right? Yeah. Okay. Jeez. Yeah, let's go to the light. Okay, anyway, that's a very prominent feature, and each night it'll appear about 10 degrees farther toward the AM limb. So the whole week that thing will be very, very prominent. And if you watch it as Mars rotates, it turns blue. That's a mysterious feature called the Syrtis Blue Cloud. Here's an example of it. Took about a month ago, 3 weeks ago, and you can see it just coming up on the morning limb, and it's really intensely blue. So if you happen to have a yellow filter and Syrtis is over near the limb, put it up there, and yellow and blue make green. It becomes an iridescent green. It's kind of a pretty thing. It's one of the few times you can really see color on planetary surfaces. And another feature is this Meridiani sinus, which is the Greenwich of Mars, 0 longitude. And the reason I'm pointing this out, it's like an inverted pipe. And back in 2001, Tippy Dioria led a expedition down here to the Keys where we replicated a flare, a Martian series of flashes that were seen by a Japanese observer back in 1954. And Tippy mentioned that in his talk, and what he didn't mention was that one of the guys on the team was named, what's happening, Tim Parker, who's no relative. Did my voice change? Okay. And Tim was from Jet Propulsion Lab and worked on the Mars Global Surveyor team. And so we worked out a lot of the math and found out that it wasn't flashes off clouds or anything like that, but it was actual surface terrain. The Mars Global Surveyor looked real close, and they said, yeah, this is a really neat area. And we got credit for being one of the reasons they put the Opportunity lander down in Meridiani Planum. So, and that was in Scientific American. So Tippy, take a bow there. Okay. Okay, and then over here we'll have Chryse, the plain of gold, where the Viking lander is, a thing called Acidalium Mare here, and the North Polar Cap, which may or may not be there tonight, because there's been a big dust storm now in the north. This is Damien Peach back in January 29th. You see that yellow glop on the polar cap? You see how it's progressing? And this is why we like people in different longitudes. This is a guy from the UK, and this is a guy from Puerto Rico. Here we have a fellow from Georgia, seeing different aspects of Mars, and you can really follow that dust storm progressing. Very unusual this time of year on Mars to have a dust storm like that. And I don't know what to make of it, but it seems, again, part of the climate change we're seeing on Mars. This is a 1 meter scope at the Pic du Midi in the French Pyrenees. Ain't bad. But this was taken February 2nd. That just shows that dust. And there's another feature, I'm mentioning this for both people who are interested, but there's a thing called violet clearing, where normally when you look at Mars through a blue or dark blue, like we're at in 47, dark blue violet filter, you don't see any surface features. You see them very poorly, and you image them very badly. They're because Mars's atmosphere is normally opaque to the short wavelengths. And the last few days we've had a thing called violet clearing, where we're seeing the surface features almost as well as we see them in red. And the professionals, however, deny that this happens because their computer models refuse to show it. I was at a meeting a few years ago, Fourth International Symposium on Mars, and I presented some of my polar cap junk, and one of the astronomers raises his hand. The old guys know about this. The young guys don't. And he said, Don, what about violet clearing? And that just erupted, a big fight in the room. So he and I went to the bar. And I'm serious. You know, he had a big smile on his face. He said, come on, let's go. And they said, oh, it's impossible. Well, it is possible. It does happen, but they still deny it, I guess. So we'll talk a little bit about weather in the solar system. And we're going to talk about the gas giants first. This is Jupiter, which is, of course, the biggest planet. You can see Jupiter compared to Earth here to scale. And lots of stuff is going on Jupiter. I'm going to digress a couple of times in this talk, and this is about impacts. I think Tippy mentioned this too, that he was one of the first ones to see this Shoemaker-Levy 9 impact. And this is a whole series of, I think, the 21 impacts that hit Jupiter back in July of 1994. This was a really big deal. It's the first time anyone had ever seen two solar system objects collide. And this was 1 to 2 kilometer fragments. You know, we all thought it was like a mosquito biting an elephant, until you forget that those fragments are going at 100,000 miles an hour. And a little bit of kinetic energy, and of course these eruption fallout areas are bigger than the Earth. So, and it lasted for months and months. So this was really neat. We thought, well, it's a pretty rare event. It got everybody, you know, making movies like Armageddon and talking about impacts. And lo and behold, this fellow, Anthony Wesley, down in Australia back in July, was just doing his routine observations, and he saw this little dark speck up there, and he was smart enough not just to image it, but to realize what it was. It was another impact of a asteroid or something, probably, you know, less than half a mile across, whacking into Jupiter. And he announced it, and the tragedy of this story, it's a tragic story, the night before, Jupiter goes around in 10 hours, okay? The difference between us and Australia is about 10 hours, and I've been imaging Jupiter every night I could also, except the night before was my daughter's birthday. So, and I had to take like 9 people out to dinner, you know, so that depressed me, number one, because, you know, MasterCard, it was shrinking. And so I had 3 pina coladas, which I really like. And I got home that night with Maureen, and I said, oh, you know, I'm not going to image tonight. I just feel like crap, you know, and so I went to bed. Next morning I got up in the email, and there's Anthony Wesley, you know, he discovered it. But my darling wife was a big help. She said, it's your own damn fault, you know. So that takes care of that. Anyway, that's the impact. And I got it a few days. Actually, I got it the next day, but I got it, you can see it spread out. And then what I'm going to show you now, Hubble did one image of it, but that was it. I mean, Hubble doesn't spend a lot of time in the solar system. What I'm showing you now, they put a composite together. And I'm trying to remember the guy who lives up in Georgia who did this, of all the amateur images of this thing over a period of about 2 months. And there's the impact. Watch, it starts. See it? Isn't that cool? So the same longitude. And you can also see the differential rotation of the various cloud bands on Jupiter and everything. It's really neat. The guy's name is Theo Remekers. He's up in Atlanta. And Hans-Georg Mettig is the astronomer in Germany who really puts all this, you know, these things together. So, okay, so Jupiter rotates very fast, 10 hours, and for something that big, you know, you think we go around 24 hours, and Jupiter's, you know, just causes a tremendous amount of winds and clouds. What is the windiest planet on the solar system? Is it Jupiter? Neptune, that's right, 1,000-mile-an-hour winds there. Jupiter is a mere 400 or 500, you know, but anyway, and it causes various vortexes to form, like this one, which is the Great Red Spot, which has been there for 300 years that we know of, and maybe 30,000 years, we don't know. But since I've been looking at Jupiter, this thing has been there. It's not a hurricane, it's an anti-cyclone. It's a counterclockwise rotation, like hurricanes, but it's in the southern hemisphere. So that makes it a high pressure area. And it's still one big storm. And then in 2006, Chris Goh in the Philippines discovered that one of these ovals had turned red, and he termed it the Little Red Spot. And it was showing that amateurs can really contribute. The pros went berserk over this, and Chris is now on the Hubble imaging team. I mean, he's, you know, an amateur. I mean, he's really working with these guys. And they determined that this had the same characteristics as the Great Red Spot. It was just smaller. And then along in 2008, this guy Anthony Wesley, my nemesis, discovered the Baby Red Spot, which also was an anticyclone. And, you know, extreme winds and that sort of thing. And unfortunately, the Baby Red Spot was swallowed up by its parents. And here's, you can kind of see it getting swallowed up by the great red spot. So there's only 2 of them there. But these are very, very unusual weather phenomenon. And the neat thing about this is this guy, Phil Marcus at UC Berkeley, several years ago in 2004, predicted these changes would start occurring in 2006. That we'd start seeing more vortexes, because he said that Jupiter has been warming by 15 to 20 degrees over the last few decades. Phil probably made 500 other predictions that didn't come true, but you know, you got to go with what you got here. Now we go to Saturn, and Saturn, you know, goes around the sun, what, 28 years or something like that? 30 years, 29 years. And normally, you know, you look at Saturn, it's really pretty, but you don't see much. So I used to joke, I said, you know, Saturn's great, because I take these images of it, and then every 15 years I turn them upside down and send them back in. Well, thanks to the marvels of CCD imaging, we're now seeing stuff on Saturn. That's a storm up there in the temperate zone. You can see them, these white dots, these are storms moving. And they're very hard to see visually, but now with CCD imaging, you can really see it. And when you send spacecraft there, like the Cassini, we see this thing, which is a bit bigger than the United States. They have lightning bolts hundreds of miles in diameter on Saturn, so it's a very violent planet also. It doesn't appear that much because it's got a methane haze. That's ammonia crystal haze, which obscures a lot of the clouds. But a lot of stuff going on Saturn. There's in the South Polar region, major activities. And now they say the temperature on Saturn, in the South Pole at least, has increased by 3 to 5 degrees Kelvin, which is significant. Uranus, again, you look at it with a telescope, it's kind of blah. But there has now been some increased activity on Uranus, again, in the form of these storms, which, you know, was quite a surprise to the professionals. And alert went out in 2005 for amateurs to try to image this stuff, which no one has yet. It's a tough object. Neptune is changing phase. Again, Neptune, it seems to be having more activity. Neptune is a bit more reliable because you don't have the seasons that you do on Uranus. The axial tilt has been pretty constant over the last many years. So this just kind of gives you an idea. Oh, this is Neptune. It's brightened also over the last half century or so. And one of our guys in ALPO has been doing whole disk photometry of Uranus and Neptune and Pluto, and found that for some reason Neptune has brightened. Also, this kind of correlates with the change in temperature on the Earth, the solar irradiance, and the solar UV flux. Also, it correlates with the price of women's shoes in Czechoslovakia. So what I'm saying is Pluto is warmed from occultation data, Triton is warmed. But except for Jupiter, we don't have a whole lot of historical data to back all these, you know, temperature changes up. I mean, it's interesting and something to keep our eye on, but, you know, the spacecraft have been there for anywhere from a few months to maybe a decade or two. And very often these observations are based on 2 observations, which gives you degrees of freedom of 1, which any statistician would kind of look suspiciously at. So again, you take this with a grain of salt. And most of these announcements come when it's funding time for NASA. So I'm serious. This is not a joke. Okay, but anyway, Jupiter does seem to be having increased activity, in Saturn also, so there may be some warming in the outer solar system. But now we'll get to something really interesting, which is my planet, Mars. And I would like to point out, I'm very proud of the fact I've been observing Mars for 56 years, and both I and my telescope have doubled in size over 56 years. Okay. All right, Mars, very Earth-like. Other than Mercury, who's really seen Mercury through a telescope? Well, you guys probably have, but, you know, sort of. It's the only planet whose surface we can see. And it does have clouds. These are water ice crystal clouds. Remember, clouds, vapor doesn't make clouds. Right, Mike? It's water droplets, which don't exist on Mars because of the pressure. It's water droplets or water ice crystals. So that's just one thing. We'll get to that a little bit later. But anyway, you can see these are some of the clouds over the big volcanoes on Mars toward the afternoon. This I took back in January. See these big clouds along the evening limb, like, you know, it's like you get in the Rocky Mountains in the summer when you get those big orographic clouds. These are the same thing. That's Olympus Mons. And, okay, and there's that dust storm, which I didn't notice on January 23rd, or I could have been the discoverer again, but, you know, you get old, and, geez. whatever. Okay, and there's a fellow named Emil Krijnkamp, I think. Are any of our friends from Holland here that can pronounce this correctly? But yes, is that correct pronunciation? Almost. Okay. What is it, Rob? What is his name? Oh, okay, Krijnkamp. Yeah, I said not really. I was close. I got the K right, but other than that, it was, you know. Okay, but here he just does beautiful work with just nice amateur instruments, and he's showing these clouds as they develop in the afternoons of Mars and brighten toward the evening. These big clouds over the volcanoes. It's really cool. Okay, anyway, Mars also has polar caps, and that's usually the first thing you notice on Mars. This is back in 2005, and the south is up on all these. South polar cap was kind of shrinking, regressing, and has a lot of little cracks in it. And here's another one of these Dutchmen. I don't know what to do with these guys. Richard Bosman. Correct, Bosman, right? Yes, thank you. This is back in 2005. This is the first day of spring on Mars, and as spring progresses, the cap gets smaller and smaller until you get to midsummer. You can barely see it at all. So just like the Earth, Mars's polar caps wax and wane with the seasons. And it had been written in stone for many, many years that it was always the same. That every Mars year, which is 2 of Earth years about, the caps always retreat in exactly the same fashion, exactly the same size, and that sort of thing. Now, whenever you see the word always or never in science, never believe it. Because my friends in Holland won't understand this, but the only absolute in nature is there will never be a Richard Simmons Jr. All right. So, do they retreat the same way each year? And I'm a member of the Association of Lunar and Planetary Observers, which is a worldwide organization, it's ALPO for short, worldwide organization of amateurs and professional astronomers who cooperate. And we have professional mentors. And many years ago, this was my mentor, Charles F. Capon, Chick Capon, who was at Lowell Observatory. And he said, you know, he was one of the world's experts on Mars. And he said, you know, I'm not really sure that cap retreats the same way each year. He knew damn well it didn't, but nobody else did, and there was a lot of controversy. So, and Chick also was hard up for money. So he said, we're going to explore the Martian Arctic, and I'm going to sell you this bifilar micrometer, which is a very nice device. These has spider webs here, and you use a micrometer screw to measure the webs, you know, move one of the webs back and forth, and you can measure surface features. And until very recently, this was the most accurate way to measure planetary surface features. The one I originally used at Lowell Observatory used a black widow spider web. And those of you from Arizona, the black widow is the state animal in Arizona. They had them all over the place, and they actually would have like a fork, and they go to a black widow web and turn it, and the widow would, you know, be spinning like mad, and they get the threads and put them in the micrometer. Thank God for monofilament, because 6 legs, you know, in Florida, things with 6 legs you're used to, but not 8. Eight's not good. So anyway, Jeff Bish and I did lots of measurements starting back in the 1970s of the Mars's polar caps. You go back and forth. It's kind of like using an analytical balance. Any of you remember quantitative analysis? Up and down like that. We do a series of 8 of these measurements at least per evening. And this was very exacting work, as you could imagine. Extremely delicate. And over the years, we did about 10,000 of these micrometer measurements. And now, thank goodness, we did a statistical analysis, and we can use red light CCD images instead, which is a lot easier, instead of standing on a ladder doing these things. But that's over about a 40-year period, and we found that Mars always has surprises. And it says, that's not chicken, okay? Sort of like eating in a Chinese restaurant. And this, I think, is a self-explanatory slide. This, you know, we can move on now. This is just an example of what we found. This is the North Polar Cap. In this case, the horizontal axis is the season. We go from northern spring to northern summer. The vertical axis is the latitude of the edge of the cap. So at 60 degrees would be somewhere between the Canadian border and Hudson Bay up there in Canada. 90 degrees would be the North Pole. And, you know, no big surprise, the cap retreats with as summer approaches. the thing we found very interesting is that the cap was much larger in the 1960s than it was in the 80s and again in the 90s. So we found this kind of neat. And remember, in those days, global warming was not a term.
They just didn't ship the SUVs up there yet, right?
No, that's right. I'll get to that in a minute, though. That's very good. That's right.
The other one up there.
So anyway, global warming wasn't, this was not something we thought of. And but we just presented the data, and I presented it at some meetings and gave the statistics, and I got to dig up those raw statistics again for Mike here. And it was gradually accepted that that the cap is different every year. This is some of the I got to co-author and first author some papers in Icarus, and these guys, Kiyosuke Iwasaki, who taught me how to drink sake, Steve Larson and Akabane, these were the deniers. You've heard that term now about global warming. We're deniers. Well, they were the polar cap deniers. They said it's always the same. And as good scientists do, which apparently doesn't happen much anymore, these guys reversed, and they said, yeah, we got good data, and they've been now doing the studies and showing that indeed it was the same. So that was kind of a neat little coup. And we said, well, Mars may be undergoing some global warming. And again, the Mars Global Surveyor, which looked at Tippy's findings there on the Meridiani sinus, they investigated, and the same year, same Mars date for 4 Mars years, they took a picture of the South Polar Cap, the exact same area, and they found that it retreated from the late 90s into the early 2000s. The cap had lost hundreds of square kilometers of ice over that 4-year period, each Martian year. So they came out and said, yeah, that's very interesting. The Viking lander showed that Mars was cooler than it was with a Pathfinder back in the early 2000s. And Laurie Fenton, who's a astronomer at Jet Propulsion Lab, published this in Nature. Mars' surface temperatures increased by 0.65 degrees centigrade from 1975 to 2000. And that 0.65, that's what the Earth is alleged to have increased. But Laurie, being a professional NASA type, said, well, that's because dust storms have increased on Mars. Now, Dan Troiani, head of our Mars section at ALPO, what causes dust storms on Mars, Dan? Right, it's a thing sitting up there in the sky. It's well known that that generates the energy for dust storms to occur on Mars. This is an example of just some dust devils. That was taken from the Opportunity lander. It's kind of neat, that's all. The reason I showed it. But they're all over the place, and the number of Mars dust storms, the big ones, the global ones, there have been 10 of them since 1877, and 8 of the 10 have occurred since 1956. So they do seem to be increasing in frequency, but again, it's not the dust that is causing this warming, it's probably the sun. And Michael Malin, the head of the Mars Global Surveyor, 2 years ago at a meeting said Mars is experiencing global warming and we don't know why. Now, to go back to your thing about the SUV, the Martians do know why. They point out the temperature on Mars has increased since the 1970s. And well, the cause of this, the same thing is happening on Earth. And then, Earth just landed another space probe on Mars. Come to think of it, the Earth has been sending space probes here since the 1970s, so global warming is man-made. Okay? So now we'll talk a little bit about global warming on the Earth, and Mars, maybe Jupiter and some of the other planets are warming, but is the Earth warming? This is proof that the Earth is warming. So thank you very much. That's okay. It's probably gone up 0.6 degrees in the last century. And this just shows here from 1860 going up, dramatic temperature increase. But the good news is that this is the worldwide temperature increase, and this is the United States. We're much better. Our temperature doesn't go up as much, right? Okay, these two graphs are identical. Same data. But if you look closely, this is, the scale. This is 1 degree and that's 3 degrees. So what you have to do when you leave here, you go on Google, you spend about $6 and get this book, How to Lie with Statistics. It's a terrific book because it was published in the 50s. I had an algebra teacher who made us get it. And it's kind of archaic because they talk about, streetcars and things that don't exist anymore. But basically, it gives you really good ideas. It's not complicated at all. But it allows you to look at advertisements political ads, all this kind of stuff where they're showing graphs and charts and realize the amount of BS that has gone into it. So the climate is always changing both here on Earth and in the solar system. I think that's one thing that I get out of all this, that things are changing constantly. And we're talking about Earth's temperature. This goes back 3,000 years. And back here in the late Holocene, you can see it was very much warmer than it is today. Now this is the year zero, or there wasn't a year zero, but this is BC. So from 1,000 years BC, what happened during that 1,000 years BC? Was it good stuff or bad stuff? It was hot. We're all going to die. The species are being eradicated. No. We had agriculture taking off. We had the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Romans, the great civilizations. They're kind of mean guys, but you know, this is when civilization flourished. And then after a while, it got cold. And it's a period we call the Dark Ages, where bad things were happening. This is not totally due to weather, but a lot of it was because, remember, we're an agricultural society, even today. I mean, aside from Mickey D, of course, you know, McDonald's was, but that's another thing. And then we went to a period about from 900 to 1350 AD called the medieval climate optimum. And people are trying to get rid of that. They don't like that because it was quite a bit warmer than it is today. Here's 2006. This is the average temperature over the last 3,000 years. And after the medieval climate optimum, where the Vikings went to Greenland because it was green, and the English were growing wine. They made wine that was rivaling the French, and the French were really upset about this. I mean, there's all kinds of snotty remarks in the literature about this. Then they went into a thing called Little Ice Age, part of which was this Maunder Minimum, I'm sure you've all heard about, 1600 to 1715. And there was a period of really prolonged cold, you know, interspersed with some warm areas, warm times. The climate changes all the time. But basically, in the last 1,1500 years, we've had a medieval climate optimum, the Little Ice Age, and now we're back warming up again from the Little Ice Age. Now, there's a group called the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, who these are the ones who are driving the idea that man is causing global warming on Earth. And what they have done, they've taken studies from like 1,500 different scientists, published studies, and they have taken data from them and made policy statements. So a lot of times, and this has happened more and more recently, what these 1,500 scientists said, they said, you know, they read the policy statement, they say, I didn't say that. And what the heck is this? And a number of them have sued to be taken off of this IPCC list. The IPCC itself is mostly policy wonks, not scientists. They have what they call scientists or plastic surgeons, urologists. Oh, I'm sorry, Manny. Manny's here. They have architects and, you know, people like that, but they're not exactly climate scientists. So mostly they make policies designed to screw the United States. Okay, I'll just point that out. I don't want to be bitter. I'm not bitter, no. Okay, here we go back. Medieval warm period, Little Ice Age. And there are 650 different authors over the last 25 years, thousands of pages, who have really, you know, shown this stuff really happened. And there's historical records. This was worldwide climate events. But now you see it. In 1990, the IPCC published this. And then all of a sudden in 2001, you don't see it anymore. This is the hockey stick curve by a guy named Michael Mann at Penn State University, who analyzed tree rings in Siberia, and he said, no, the medieval climate optimum didn't happen. We used 3 trees. You know, we went overboard, cut down 3 trees. And the IPCC in 1990 said tree rings were not reliable for this because temperature is not the only thing that affects tree ring growth. But anyway, he became very famous for this hockey stick curve. And it was very difficult to get his data. It took 3 years for a couple of any Canadians here? Okay. Well, listen, I have to admit that some of the best work on this stuff has been done by Canadians and Danes. And and of course Dutch. You know. Yes, you're welcome. 2 Canadians named McKittrick and McIntosh came along. And they said, you know, this data's not right. They finally got his man's data. And they said, this guy's attempting to disguise the medieval warm period. You know, we've heard about ClimateGate back around Thanksgiving last year where they discovered these hacked emails. And this is all part of the deal. And they said, well, here's this famous hockey stick And they found that the program he was using with his data, you could put, again, the price of women's shoes in the Czech Republic into it, and you would get a hockey stick. In fact, almost anything will give you a hockey stick. I think the reason the Canadian statisticians got onto this is because hockey. Yeah, okay. I just thought of that, you know. Hey, good match, eh? Okay. So they have pretty well gotten rid of this, and the IPCC has now deleted this from its 2007 report, although they didn't advertise the fact. And Jones at East Anglia University, I've heard of him, and Michael Mann kind of come out looking like Inspector Clouseau and Dreyfus. But they still say, even recently, we must get rid of the medieval climate optimum. That was in their emails. Okay, why is the Earth warming? Carbon dioxide is blamed. And this is the IPCC report, the recent one. Most of the observed increase in globally average temperatures is very likely due to the observed increase in anthropogenic greenhouse gas concentrations. That means we're causing it.
And they had to make a big word, didn't they?
A big word, yeah. Well, I call it AGW, anthropogenic greenhouse, you know, well, whatever. Okay, how does the greenhouse effect work? The greenhouse gases don't act like a window pane. They're not bouncing light back. But what happens is the sun's radiation hits the Earth, it turns into infrared radiation or heat, and it's radiated either back into space or gets absorbed by the molecules in the atmosphere and re-radiated back to the Earth. And the three molecules, very prominent, are methane, which I'm very familiar with, methane, carbon dioxide, and water, vapor. Well, just ask my wife there. Okay, anyway. And, you know, these absorb the infrared radiation coming up, and they re-radiate it back down to the Earth. And when we emit more carbon dioxide, we are increasing the greenhouse gas concentration of CO2, and therefore makes the Earth warmer. So there's a factory doing just that. So this is bad. So it absorbs infrared radiation from the ground, but of course carbon dioxide is not the main component of greenhouse gases. Water vapor is. Again, not water ice crystals or water droplets, water vapor. And that accounts for very 95% of the greenhouse effect on the Earth. So it gives you an example. If you take all the greenhouse gases, water vapor is by far the most, and you have carbon dioxide and methane and all the others, the human contribution to greenhouse gases is about 0.3%. And if you just use CO2 in that, it's 0.1, it's 1/10 of 1%. Now let's put that in a different term. Being a football fan, I'm here in the Rose Bowl, and my team I really hate, which is USC. Anybody here from Southern California? I don't want to upset them, but USC is about to get scored on. Yay! And the Rose Bowl, if any of you have been there, it's a great stadium. It's really 100,000 people. So let's say each person represents a molecule of gas in the air. Oxygen, nitrogen, arid, extra dry, whatever, you know, it's up there. Okay, and how many of these people here would be the amount of man-made carbon dioxide that we put in the atmosphere? Yeah, it's that guy there in the red hat, okay? So I just want to point this out that, you know, we're talking about very, very, very tiny contributions that we're making. And the other thing which is very important is that all of greenhouse gas things you see, you know, movies and whatever about how this works, they think that these molecules are really smart and they only radiate it back down toward the Earth. Whereas they also radiate the infrared they've absorbed into space, and they go to other air molecules. So they should be heating up the air in the middle troposphere, it's called. And all the computer models of greenhouse gas warming require that the middle tropical troposphere gets warm. It's called a hot spot right here, which is right where we are now, in fact, except up about 10 kilometers. And see, I learned that in Holland, Rob. Kilometers, not kilometers. I hate that kilometers. You know, you say, oh, this is, I have a 25 millimeter eyepiece. Okay, anyway. All right. So this is called a hot spot. Well, guess what? The hot spot ain't there. And for 50 years they've been looking for it. They've been sending up balloons and satellites, and it's not there. And this kind of negates all the computer models, because they do require that if carbon dioxide is causing this warming, this increase in carbon dioxide should cause this hot spot to appear, and it doesn't. So there are 5 problems for, this is the last time I'll say it, anthropogenic global warming, AGW. One is there's no hot spot. The other is a nasty little feature about the carbon dioxide. This is their other cornerstone, that the temperature and carbon dioxide vary together. Temperature goes up, CO2 goes up. I don't know which is which here, but they go up pretty well. And that's really cornerstone of the AGW's theory. Well, correlation does not mean causation, as I gave with my women's shoes example. Or if correlation and causation were linked like that, we could say lung cancer causes smoking. Or every time I see a dog salivate, I have an urge to ring a bell. Okay? And the dirty little secret is that the carbon dioxide goes up after the temperature increases. And where is this carbon dioxide coming from? It's from the oceans. Oceans hold an enormous amount of carbon dioxide. And it's just like opening a can of beer. You know, the beer gets warm and you stand back when you open it. It's the same thing. Some people think that's counterintuitive, but warm water holds much less gas than cold water. And you go diving out here on the reefs and all this beautiful fish, nice warm 80-degree water. You think, wow, this is really good. If you take a square mile of that ocean and look at the amount of life in it, and then you go up off Cape Cod or the North Sea and take a cubic mile, you're going to find there's a whole lot more life up there where it's cold, because there's more oxygen dissolved in the water. That's why all the big fisheries are up north and in cold waters. The whales know. That's where they hang out. This is my lovely wife. We're going after the dreaded great spiny lobster here. Okay, anyway, they say that the rising carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, basically human activity is minor, and the most fact comes that we're still recovering from the last ice age. Not just the big ice age 12,000 years ago, but the little ice age. And the oceans have been warming and expelling carbon dioxide. Okay, it changes after the temperature. And the next thing is that CO2 is absorbing almost all the infrared it can. This is not a linear function. The first 20 parts per million absorb 95% of the infrared coming from the Earth. The next 20 parts per million, 95% of what's left, so on and so forth. So if we go down here, the pre-industrial level at 280 and go double that, or not double it, but we run up to 380 where we are now, there's very little increase in the warming effect of carbon dioxide. In fact, if you double the CO2 in the air, which we'd really have to work pretty hard to do in the next few years, I think you'd change the temperature of the Earth by, it would be less than a degree. It'd be about 0.2 degrees or something centigrade. So again, we're making a big deal out of something we really can't control anyway. Okay, and the big thing too is the computer models fail real-world tests. Now, there's only one computer model I trust, and that's Patty Dioria here modeling a computer for me. If you put in the data we have and run them backwards, they don't work. It's just you get the same results as if you use random numbers. So you think that you got a climate model, it should work both ways. You should, because you know what happened in the past. That doesn't happen. They fail to explain why the hotspot's not there, and they totally omit the big factors in climate change, which is the current ocean currents, a Pacific decadal oscillation. This change about every 30 years, and this has caused a lot of the change in temperature off the waters of Alaska. The El Nino, which is what we got now. By the way, El Nino predicts that we're going to get a lot more cold fronts in Florida, which we've had, as you know. We call these cold fronts, okay, you know. But you know, lots of winds, rain, cool weather. It also predicts, however, that you get very mild winters up north. So much for the computer predictions again. These models, and this is really important, they don't include clouds or precipitation. They say, oh, carbon dioxide warms the water vapor, or warms the surface. More water is evaporated. Water vapor is a greenhouse gas, and it causes Earth to warm. But they don't include the latent heat of evaporation. They don't include the precipitation, the clouds that are formed. For some reason, these come from some mysterious place. And the other thing they don't really touch on in these models is this thing up in the sky that's putting out 5 times 10 to the 26 kilowatts. Most of the IPCC in these reports, they say, oh, the sun, they acknowledge it's a variable star, but it's just not enough to really bother with. But there is a much better correlation. This is carbon dioxide in the red line, and that's Earth temperature in the other lines here, there's a better correlation with the solar activity than there is with carbon dioxide. It's kind of neat. Solar activity, the theory now, there's a guy in Copenhagen named Svensmark who is, he's a nuclear physicist, or a nuclear physicist. And he has done this, first of all started with the theory, and then he did a lot of experiments. And then he got a co-authorship with a guy from Berkeley, I think it was Berkeley. And when the government discovered, or Berkeley discovered what they were working on, they canceled the grant. So Svensmark is now working in his basement in Copenhagen, and which shows, I'm serious. But anyway, it shows, his theory is increased solar activity, you get an increased magnetic field, increased solar wind essentially, and that causes a decrease in cosmic rays, high energy cosmic rays striking the Earth. And so you get more activity, less cosmic rays, and what do cosmic rays do? They cause clouds. So if you have more cosmic rays, or less cosmic rays striking the Earth, you get a decrease in the low-level clouds, not the high cirrus clouds, because those warm the Earth. But I'm talking about your average, everyday, low-level clouds. And the reason being is that the muon, which is a particle that's split off when a cosmic ray hits the upper atmosphere, is the culprit. It goes down and forms a nidus for these water droplets to form clouds. And we can get into that a little later, but the muon's half-life, it's about a millionth of a second. So they say, well, it couldn't possibly go more than a few hundred yards. And that was a big argument for the deniers. They said, well, muons don't work. And then this guy, Einstein, pointed out that, well, from the muon's point of view, it wasn't a millionth of a second. Muon had more than enough time because of Einstein relativistic time dilation, so whatever. And I really hate that stuff, so I just will move on here. So one more little detail here, which is, again, they're trying to hide. This is this area between 1940 and 1975 or 80. And the Earth's temperature actually decreased, and yet the CO2 rose. It also decreased in the 40s, 1940s. Well, this is the 40s, but there's some war going on there where we're really putting out a lot of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and all kinds of greenhouse gases, and yet the Earth's temperature went down. Now, this has been denied in the last issue of, I think it was Science or Nature, one of those magazines, that no, it wasn't really that cold and all that sort of thing. But some of these same guys were writing these articles back in the 1970s, National Geographic. The same guys who were screaming about warming now are writing these articles that, we're all going to die from an ice age. And I'm old enough to remember these vividly. Oh no, we're all going to die. They want to put carbon black on the polar caps to melt them. So again, CO2 was going up then, but the temperature was going down. They don't really explain that. And the final thing, the Earth isn't warming anymore anyway. The last 8 or 9 years now, temperature's actually gone down almost 0.6 of a degree, which is what it warmed up during the previous century. Again, this doesn't set well with the warmists, I call them. And this is where we, again, saw in the emails about ClimateGate, the manipulation of, this is called the nature trick, and hide the decline. Hide the decline is their latest, rallying call. And so they read the book, How to Lie with Statistics, and the Goddard Institute for Space Studies, which we got friends there. Fred Espinak's up there. It's part of NASA. And they read this book, and they said, well, here's this. In the IPCC, one of their things is Santa Rosa, California, and the temperatures from 1900 till pretty much the present have gone down in Santa Rosa. Well, we can't have that. We have to hide the decline. So anyway, they just made falling temperatures into rising temperatures. And this is what was published, this graph in the IPCC 2007 report. The way they did it, they had a fancy word for it. It's homogenization of the data. And what they mean is that, that they make these temperatures colder and these temperatures warmer to fix the slope. When I was in school, I used to call that dry labbing. If you were in the lab and you wanted a result, you just... And finally, I just want to show you this because this is part of that book, How to Lie with Statistics. The IPCC, this was their latest graph, and they showed these squares are ice core data of carbon dioxide. And then since 1950, we've been measuring atmospheric carbon dioxide directly from Mauna Loa in Hawaii. It's out in the ocean, there's not a lot of industry or anything, and it's pretty accurate measurements. And they said, well, look how well this carbon dioxide has just been going up and up and up, especially since the Industrial Revolution. This is one of their proofs. Well, I forgot their names, but there's a couple of Canadian scientists again got this data by Seipel. And they looked at it and they said, yikes, this was what Seipel found, that this is about 1960 or so, or what is that? Oh, 1900. And gee, it was, the CO2 concentration was almost as high as it is today, back in 1900. And something's wrong here. Well, what the IPCC did, they looked at this and they said, oh, we just take this graph and we just shove that over 83 years, and you're all set. That's really what happened. And that's part of that ClimateGate thing again. What they did is they said, according to them and NASA, because NASA was involved, CO2 was trapped 83 years after the ice formed, which is a good trick. So it's a new physics we're doing. It's like the new math, you know? Okay. And they also, there have been 90,000 direct chemical measurements of CO2 in the atmosphere since 1812. And back in the early 1800s, it was even higher than it is today. But these were, you know, old guys like Van Slyke and JBS Haldane who didn't know what they were doing. All they did was invent the technique. So anyway, I'm not bitter, but we're getting into ClimateGate 2 now because Goddard and NASA and NOAA are now involved, and only warm stations are being counted. In the United States, the temperature monitoring stations have been reduced from 6,000 to 1,000. California, I think, has 4 now, 1 in the San Francisco airport, and 3 on the beaches down in LA and San Diego, where it's warm. There's no Sierras in there. Russia found out about this about 2 months ago, that they've been sending this these temperature data to IPCC for many, many years, and only 25% of it was used. And the Russians said, you know, we have a place called Siberia, you're not using this. And they're you know, just raising hell with the United Nations about this. Studies in China denied the urban heat island effect, and it's well known that, you know, the closer you get to a big city or urban sprawl, you got more concrete, more the temperature is increased. But they've been trying to deny this for years. And now they found that a study done in 1991 in China showed that, it wasn't by the Chinese, it was by an American, showed that the urban heat island effect didn't exist. And that's because they kept moving the stations. As the urban sprawl increased, they just move out in the suburbs again. So, and the Dutch, by the way, are now upset because the IPCC said 56 or some percent of Holland is below sea level, and it's only about 20%. And so they're raising heck with the people. So these things are gradually, the walls are beginning to kind of crack a little bit. And basically they're cherry picking their data is what the problem is. Okay, final thing here, the temperature stations are inaccurate. This is a NOAA temperature station in Orland, California. Really nice. Nice field out here. There's nothing around civilization to disturb it. The guy started this as a science project for his daughter. Sending her, you know, a GPS, you get all these coordinates and send her around California and Oregon to look at these stations. And they found that it is now kind of ugly because they have built these, you know, asphalt parking lots, concrete patios. California, right, you barbecue. So the people who work here come out for lunch, they barbecue, and you got air conditioners nearby. So Marysville, California, the temperature's been going up. That's a big surprise. And one of the scientists wrote that the major cause of global warming is air conditioning. And it's not air conditioning, putting stuff in the atmosphere, it's air conditioning units next to the temperature stations. This is a map of the United States. Now it's turned into a full-fledged study. About 80 to 85% of the temperature stations in the United States, the surface stations, are 1 to 3 degrees too high in their readings. They're inaccurate. Again, because of, you know, they don't move them or don't change them when things get built around them. And to make matters worse, they've replaced whitewash with latex paint, which increases the temperature at 0.5 degree centigrade. And NOAA didn't correct for this. In fact, they corrected in the wrong direction. I'm saying, yeah, I mean, you know, this is, the more I read about this stuff, the more I want to go back to electric trains. So anyway, the next time you hear, this is Jim Hansen at NASA saying, he said this on CNN 2 weeks ago, I happened to watch it. 2009 was the second hottest year on record, and 2006 was the hottest. It was really 1934, but we won't get into that. And so when you see some guy saying something like that, you just tell him to cut it out, you know?
I didn't see Kermit the Frog with Jim there.
Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, no, different Hansen. Different Hansen. No, okay. This is James Hansen. He's a PhD, so he gets James. Okay, one other thing I got, a consensus is in science, and I like Einstein's thing down here. Many experiments may prove me right, but it only takes one to prove me wrong. And I've been asked to talk a little bit about ice, since that's what we're getting tonight. It's going to be cold out there. 2008, 2009, the Arctic sea ice has come back pretty much to the levels in 1979. So we're not going to lose the Arctic. What happens if all the ice in the Arctic melts?
We get rid of Congress and
Well, hopefully not. No, nothing happens, because if you put ice in a glass and the ice melts, nothing happens. The Arctic is floating, okay? Right? So, I mean, actually, it will go down a little bit because the ice is less dense than the water. If the ice melts, it goes. Now, Greenland, of course, they're talking about, that's a different thing with the glaciers falling into the ocean, which they've been doing for a long time, and that's a whole different story. But, you know, basically, they're all worried about the Arctic ice melting. Well, nothing's going to happen anyway. It may change some ocean currents and stuff, but we're not even near that anyway. So the ice is back where it should be. Antarctica, which you and Mike, you've been down there, and the 5% of it's melting and 95% is growing. There's about 1 billion tons of ice deposited every year. This is the Larsen Ice Shelf, which is the north, what's the name of the other that area? I forgot what the heck it is. Northern Ice Continental Shelf, something of Antarctica. This is melting a bit because it's also drifting north. It's the tectonic plate is moving it. There are volcanoes under here, and the IPCC said that this should, at the current rate, will be gone by 2035. And then there was never mind. You don't remember Saturday Night Live? Never mind. It's about 7,000 years it'll take for that to go, if it does go. So, again, you know, numbers are just being thrown around here like mad. And I do have to, in closing, talk about our friends, the polar bears, which is one of the few animals that actively hunts man. I thought I'd point that out. This picture was taken by Amanda Bird, who is a graduate student in biology, on a field trip in 2004, I think, whatever. I can't remember the date. And she was on this ship off the coast of Alaska. There's a bunch of scientists on there, and she had her camera, and there's some really cute little polar bears on the ice, you know, and you click, click, click. Took some pictures, and she gave them to some of the people on the ship, and never thought more about it. And about a year later, she sees her picture all over the world, including in Al Gore's film, you know, which she thought, Amanda's not political and not really cares about global warming. She's into some kind of snail or something. And she's really mad now. If you Google her, you'll see some of her comments. Because what happened, one of the guys on the ship took that picture, sold it to Environment Canada. Sorry about that, Canadians. And they spread it all over the world, the fact that the ice is melting, the polar bears are all going to die. This was just offshore. A polar bear can swim 60 miles anyway without stopping. I mean, they're incredible animals. And they weren't in any danger. This was August. You know, so Amanda is demanding payment for this picture, and, you know, I hope she gets it. Al Gore did pay her for it. I'll have to give him that, you know, he did pay for the picture. But that became the poster child for the plight of the polar bear. And the other reason that polar bears they're upset, 4 polar bears died in a storm, I think it was 2001. And with, you know, 100-foot waves, a lot of things died in that storm. I mean, they just, you know, it has nothing to do with temperature. They're doing fine. In fact, they enjoy swimming. And just as they did in warm climates, thin ice, they've been around for a few million years. And where the ice has been thinner, the ice has been not there, and the ice is there now, and they're doing okay. This guy, you see the smoke rings he's blowing? It's my kind of guy. I like that. Okay, so enjoy the warm climate while it lasts and make enough CO2 to feed a tree. And I have to go because I'm going to a rally now, to a global warming protest. Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, yes.
You brought up about the Arctic ice increasing. I saw an article several weeks ago, I think actually George Will wrote it, quoting one of the climate groups out of Colorado.
Yeah.
That said that the sea ice since 2007 has increased by 25% in the Arctic.
Yeah. I saw that. That's right. Yeah, it's just coming right back. And I gave this talk, not this talk, but I talked to Fort Lauderdale Yacht Club about 6 weeks ago, and they sponsored this Around the Americas sailboat. It's really neat. You know, this big monster steel boat. They've gone up through the Northwest Passage. The people don't realize the Northwest Passage was navigated by Amundsen in 1903, and it was navigated in the 1940s. You know, but they were through there, and one of the guys was back from that. They anchored the boat in Fort Lauderdale. And he said, yeah, they got ice a lot faster than they thought, and they barely got out of there in time, or they would have been, you know, that would have been the end of the Around the Americas trip. So, any other? Yes, sir. Hello. Yes.
Why are
these... If you're going to ask a question, you have to stay awake. I'm sorry. Okay.
Why are they all falsifying the data? What's their role to that?
Right here. Money. Huge amounts of money. It's enormous. Carbon exchange, climate exchange, all this stuff. I mean, we're not talking scientists anymore. We're not talking politicians anymore. We're talking big industry and business. There's a $200 billion a year. It's probably more now. That was as of last year, because you know it's a way to make money. It's a Ponzi scheme basically, and you get grants. It's really a shame because you know, I'm a scientist of sorts, and Mike certainly is, and a lot of us are. I think we all consider ourselves scientists. They're making scientists look stupid again, really. But that's the only thing. Yes, sir.
I'm not concerned about global warming or cooling, but pollution production.
Yeah.
China's pollution production.
Yeah.
Would there be a way to rigorously analyze that and present a curve based upon, you know?
We could nuke them, but I guess that's a little excessive. No, that's a good point. They say that something like a third of the smog in Los Angeles is now from China, and which is scary. Have you been to the Texas Star Party? Yes. Okay. And last time I was down there, they had all this stuff coming up from Mexico City, which is, 1,000 miles away? Again, it was pollution. But that's a whole different thing. CO2 is not a pollutant. They're trying to make it sound like something bad. When I was, in the early days when I was practicing medicine back, you know, Civil War, we used to have I remember Barbara Boxer came out and said, all the children are going to die of asthma because of the CO2 emissions. Now, they might die of asthma for other reasons, but we used to have a tank of carbon dioxide in the emergency room to give asthmatics when they came in and they were having trouble breathing. CO2 is an excellent bronchodilator. You know, that was back, as I say, in the Stone Age, but we do things better now, but it's still very effective. So carbon dioxide is not a bad thing in moderation. Yes, sir.
The last time I was in Shenzhen, which was in the late 90s, there wasn't a cloud in the sky and you couldn't see the sun. That's
just the pollution, yeah. Yeah. And yes.
What about all these pictures we continue to see of Greenland and the ice is just and they show the year before it was, or 10 years before, and now it's very scary.
It's very scary, but some of that styrofoam, it is. You think I'm joking? Oh, no. And the Greenland is melting. I mean, I think that's a good thing because we're coming out of an ice age. Now, if you want to go back into an ice age, we can get Greenland back, and also a mile of ice over New York City, which could be a good thing, you know. But this stuff is, you know, it's constant. And the latest thing are those holes in the glaciers where you go down the water. I forgot what they call them, Mike. And the water's supposed to melt down there and lubricate the glaciers so it's going to move faster, right? And there was many holes in the 1940s as there are now, and the glaciers aren't really moving, you know, it doesn't really appear to help them go into the ocean. Other thing, Greenland is a bowl. So you got all this ice there. I mean, it's not going to pick itself up and come over the rim and slop off. I mean, you know, the whole thing is, the Himalayas, you know, that's the other scam they found really just a week or two ago. And the Indians are upset. Now, they joined the Dutch and the Russians and the Chinese. They're upset because a study, and this is true, I can't believe it. I looked it up. I looked it up in Mad Magazine, and the Himalayas, the glaciers are going to be gone by 2035. Okay, and that was in the IPCC. Okay, now, an Indian scientist, they're kind of into the Himalayas. And I'll get you next. It's about down there. You're about my age, so, you know, I know what you mean. 2035, it's going to be gone, and then comes along another thing, oh, never mind, it was the wrong data. It was like 300 or 400 years. And the drinking water for India and China will be gone. The drinking water comes from snowmelt, not from the glacier. And the source for this was in Climbers magazine. Very good scientific journal. Refereed. Dennis.
Let's go to Mars.
Good.
That ultraviolet clearing.
Yes.
I was curious as to what the transparency of methane is to ultraviolet light.
That's a very good point. Yeah, I don't know. There's methane on Mars now. That's right. Yeah.
We don't know.
Yeah. No, that wasn't ultraviolet. That was violet. I mean, yeah. The old guys call it violet clearing, and then some of the guys in the APOs said, well, no, those filters aren't really violet. They're blue. So we call it blue clearing for a while. Now we go back to violet, but it's really very dark blue, and of course into the ultraviolet. But methane would be a really cool idea. Yeah. Didn't think about that.
Let's find out.
Yes, okay, we'll do that. Next.
Dr. Reynolds.
Dr. Reynolds, it's your assignment for next year.
Yes, sir.
You'll come and report. Okay, I think we're probably way over time here, so that's it, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's time for another one. You ready?
Yep.
Olivia?
307.
307. Who has number 307? Pat, I'll bet you know.
Okay, number 307, Rochelle Broder Singer. You've won a disc mount dovetail plate and a t-shirt and a WSP merchandise pack. Enjoy.
All right, guys, don't forget to get your 2021 Winter Star Party swag right here at this address. And now, let's take a trip with Trace Dominguez, the current host of South Florida PBS's Stargazers, to Arizona, where he's going to give us a tour of the Discovery Channel telescope.
The James Webb Space Telescope will be the largest telescope ever sent into orbit. It will have a mirror more than twice the size of Hubble. It will orbit farther out than the Moon, and it will give us a glimpse at the earliest history of the universe. But while the James Webb is being built, and the Hubble snaps its breathtaking shots of other galaxies, there's a lot of astronomy happening here on Earth. This is the Lowell Observatory in Flagstaff, Arizona. It's been in operation since 1894 and is home to some remarkable telescopes. There's machinery here that discovered Pluto and found evidence of an expanding universe. We took a trip to Lowell to learn the basics of how telescopes work and how they're used. And we got someone wildly overqualified to explain it to us.
So my name is Michael West. I'm the Deputy Director for Science here at Lowell Observatory. The way astronomers often think of telescopes is we call them light buckets. And so if you think of the light from the planets and stars and galaxies as little luminous droplets raining down on us, the bigger the bucket, or in this case the bigger the mirror or lens that you have, the more light you collect, and the fainter objects you can see, the more detail you can see. That's how we think of telescopes, as light buckets.
Telescopes haven't changed all that much since 1894, though they have gotten bigger. This is the Discovery Channel telescope, the biggest and newest piece of hardware at Lowell. Completed in 2012, the DCT boasts a primary mirror, or light bucket, that's 4.3 meters across, making it the 5th largest telescope in the continental US. It's actually located about an hour south of Lowell in a national forest with minimal light pollution. All in all, it's a very, very impressive telescope. But if you ask an astronomer, they'll tell you the telescope isn't really the point.
It doesn't matter what size telescope you give us. We don't care unless it's got good instruments on it.
That's the astronomer we did ask, Dr. Lisa Prato. Her team uses the DCT to study very young binary stars. Those are two stars orbiting each other. The instrument they want to use is called an infrared spectrograph, which will measure a wide range of infrared light collected by the DCT. It's valuable because it can measure a star's unique characteristics, like
its star's temperature, how fast it's rotating, how fast it's moving toward you or away from you, the gas in the outer layers of the star. You can tell all this great stuff from a spectrum.
Dr. Prado is hoping to study binary stars with the Hubble Space Telescope as well, because orbiting telescopes don't have to deal with the Earth's atmosphere. Particles, humidity, and even movement in the upper atmosphere can all make images blurry and difficult to work with. So why bother with ground telescopes? Well, according to Dr. West,
you never have enough telescopes for astronomers. The universe is huge, right? There's so much to do, so much to study.
What's more, the Hubble Space Telescope is usually overbooked by a factor of 10. So if it records something amazing, it's often the job of ground telescopes to keep studying that something over time.
So there's a nice sort of synergy or complementary nature of having Hubble observations and also ground-based observations like with the Discovery Channel telescope.
In other words, we often need ground telescopes to understand what space telescopes see. Also, they are amazing. The night that we visited the DCT, the sun went down, the bay doors opened, and the telescope came to life. And as the stars came out and the astronomers settled into the control room, the Discovery Channel telescope began a long night of observation. After a night like that, we wanted to know, what comes next? When's that eureka moment, when photos appear on the screen and you make some huge discovery? Well, for Dr. Prado, it doesn't really work that way.
It's been years of piecing all the parts together. And then we sit here in a group meeting and we're like, oh my goodness, look at this, look at this, look at this paper. We missed this before, this paper from 2003. Look, look. And you combine that with something from the Hubble Space Telescope, and you combine it with our observations at DCT, and then you'll find like amazing things. And at the end of it, you're like, holy cow, we've got this great story.
This is how real science is done. Discussion, thought, experiment, repeat. From there, what you've learned begins to emerge, and for Dr. Prado, what emerges could be huge.
It's a great opportunity to do completely unique science that will sort of change the whole field of star and planet formation.
The point is, astronomy is a long collaboration between space telescopes and ground telescopes, between scientists and their teams. But the result of all that, the result of building these huge telescopes and spending all night in the middle of nowhere and crunching the data for weeks on end, there is a payoff there.
It's a slow burn. You're telling a story, and when you get deep into that story, you're like, oh, this is so much better than science fiction. This is so much better because it is real. It's out there. It's happening.
Now time for another prize. Aaliyah?
247.
247. It's time for 247 to win their prize. Give them a prize, Pat.
Number 247, Mary Stanke. You've won a Celestron Power Tank Lithium. Congratulations. Enjoy.
And now we're going to take a trip down under to Australia, mate, to meet Andy Campbell.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to do an astrophotography session today with Andy Campbell from the ASV, and he's going to run through how to create dynamic images. Now let's welcome Andy into the room and get his presentation going. Good afternoon,
hey, thanks,
Andy.
Mark. How are you guys? Thanks very much for inviting us along this afternoon, and it's a pleasure to talk to my colleagues here at the Astronomical Society of Victoria, but also to speak to all the lovely people from the Astronomical Society of South Australia, who I would love to be seeing live and having a chat with you, and maybe drinking an ale or two at Mill.
Next year.
We go there every year, and it's a fantastic event. I love going to that show, but sadly, COVID's kept us away from all of that.
It has.
The good news is that whilst I was invited to go and do a couple of presentations in New York this year in March, unfortunately, COVID put an end to that as well. So I get to present these virtually to you lovely people today. So thank you for that chance. And hopefully we can stimulate and inspire you with one or two thoughts on creating dynamic images today.
Wonderful. So when you're ready, if you'd like to share your screen, and we can get stuck into it.
Excellent. Alrighty. So let's do that. And crack on.
I like that one, crack on. What we've got to do these days. We cracked on last session. We had some technical issues and we cracked on. We had some great support coming through from the viewers offering suggestions. Oh, look, there you go. We've got our first one. Lee says that your shirt's looking very Karl Kruszelnicki.
You know, I've met Dr. Karl a couple of times now. He's a lovely guy. We have, in fact, shirted together once or twice.
I love it.
But he's, the thing about Dr. Karl is that what you see is what you get, and it doesn't stop. Even when, after a couple of presentations that he and I both did for the World Science Festival in Queensland, I met him at the bar afterwards, and honestly, it was just like he kept going with the presentation. Dr. Karl is this amazing individual who, it just doesn't turn off, and he's an extraordinary man. So that's cool. Glad you like the shirt, guys.
All right.
Alrighty, so
now to get stuck into it.
Let's rock on, guys. Have you got my screen up there now?
I do. Yes, full screen is ready to rock and rolling. Everyone can see it.
So, guys, what I want to talk about is creating dynamic images today, and obviously with a focus on astro. And just a little bit of background information on me, so you know who this guy is who's talking to you in a loud shirt. I'm based in Melbourne, Australia. I have a family with a beautiful wife and 3 boys, who the youngest one's turned 12 today. He's glad to be back at school and out of lockdown, as you can imagine.
Yeah, it would be. Happy birthday to him as well.
Yeah.
And thank you for giving your time on his birthday.
We're heading off to the park after this, so it'll all be good.
Enjoy.
I'm a judge of the Australian Professional Photography of the Year Awards. I've done that for 25 years straight. That's me with my colleagues up there doing that. Previously, I'm a professional photographer, have been for 35 years. I shoot nowadays headshots for CEOs, execs, politicians and lawyers. Had the Leader of the Opposition in yesterday. That was fun. And by night, I guess if I shoot stars by day, I shoot stars by night with this big Takahashi thing that you can see there set up in the backyard.
It's a nice beast, that one.
Yeah. I'm operating out of Melbourne, Australia, as you know. Beautiful city of 5 million people, just coming out of lockdown at last. The world's longest lockdown, I think, but the results have been spectacular. Particularly when you compare...
again today, 8 days in a row with no cases.
Yeah, how about that? And of course, if you're watching overseas online, Melbourne's well known for food, sport, and sport. Not much more really, but it's the capital of Australia for sports.
You've picked the best photo for the footy.
A Tigers supporter, I'm guessing.
No, Magpie supporter. I always like seeing a pie take a mark.
Oh, there you go, you see. I also do a bit of mentoring with the whole astro thing. So you can find me through my website, through Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Currently mentoring people in the USA, Canada, Brazil, Oman, United Arab Emirates, and of course here in Australia. And we do those via Zoom, and they're very, very useful. We've had one chap recently who bought a telescope, didn't know anything about how to use it, what to do with it. We've had 8 sessions together, and now he's independently plate solving, autofocusing, guiding, and imaging beautiful, sharp images all by himself. So that's pretty cool and exciting that we can help there. But today, we are going to talk about something called the dynamic image recipe. Now, what the heck is that?
I was just going to say, what is a dynamic image?
Well, we all know about the technical stuff that we have to do to make astro pictures. We know we have to guide right, we have to get plate solving correct, we know we have to get flat and sharp, flat fields so we get sharp stars in all the corners, all that stuff. We're going to take that as a given. We're going to just assume that you've got all that right. And of course, with your processing, once again, there's craftsmanship and technique coming to the fore there. Probably takes just as much time and effort to process an image as it does to capture it in the first place. But what about this other thing, this unknown thing that maybe doesn't get as much attention? And that's the whole creative and subjective side of this, to make timeless, impactful images. And that's what I want to hit you with today, if that's okay. So sit back, buckle up, and here we go. Let's talk about creativity. So what is creativity? Well, we can break it down a little bit. There's a whole little stream of, I guess, subsections that we might just touch on, and we're going to illustrate all of these over the next hour and give you a little bit of thought so that when we go to take our next astro image, we might just consider exactly how we're going to place that subject, how we're going to shoot it, what we're going to do with it. Maybe we're not just going to automatically, place that subject right in the middle of the frame. So here we go. Let's talk about impact. So obviously, there's a definition of impact, and here's an impactful picture for you. One of the most powerful pictures in the world taken in the last decade. Last 2 decades. Tiananmen Square. Who would have thought that one gentleman could stop a whole bunch of tanks in their tracks? Who would have thought during the 1968 Mexico Olympics that, political motivated athletes would create something lasting to this day? And indeed, could you imagine being there when the Hindenburg exploded? Now, obviously, there's a certain amount of being there at the right place at the right time to create dynamic images such as these. But what happens with astro? How can we create dynamic, powerful images ourselves? Well, we could do something like this. That'll get your attention. Or we could be there at exactly the right place and exactly the right time with a lot of planning to come up with an eclipse image. I think it was Phil Hart, who's a well-known astrophotographer from Victoria, from the ASV, who took no less than 13 cameras to photograph the Great American Eclipse, and some stunning images with lots of planning.
And one fell over, I remember.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories out of that, that trip. Or indeed, getting exactly the right image of a comet. These are impactful images. So how about emotion? Emotion is what drives us all as human beings. It's the kind of thing that, makes you feel something. This image makes you feel something. It's horrific. It's a good picture. It doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be a happy picture to make you feel something. Here, Einstein, the greatest mind, perhaps, of the last couple of centuries. Who would have thought that someone would capture him with his tongue out? Or indeed, how about this amazing image from Michael Collins of Aldrin and Armstrong and the LEM with the entire population of humanity in the background? It's kind of the ultimate not selfie because he's the only one not in the picture. So again, how do we translate this into maybe an astro image? Well, Mark G's done a great job here. Mark G is a well-renowned astrophotographer based in New Zealand now. And you look at this image and it's timeless. It's fantastic. It could be father and son. It could be any kind of interpersonal relationship between these two people just enjoying space. And isn't that the thing that happens no matter where you are in the world? You go out at night, step back from the campfire and look up. You're going to ask yourself those big questions. You're going to go, wow. And we as astrophotographers, of course, get a chance to capture some of that and bring it a little closer to share it with our friends, family and relatives. And indeed, this picture, Mark, won the Insight International Astronomy Photography of the Year, I think about 6 or 7 years ago with this one. And a lot of planning and research went into this. I think he shot it with a 600mm lens from about 3 miles away from this viewpoint. But it's an amazing image, and it certainly sort of puts you in context a little bit with, who we are on the Earth and what's around us in the solar system.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, he does a great job. So what about a story? I mean, stories are what people are all about. You know, we sit around that campfire, we tell stories. Well, our images tell stories, and if we do them well, the story that should be there should be told. You know, a picture is worth 1,000 words, they say. Well, here's a picture that needs no words. It's gripping. Or one a little more local. Again, these are pictures with strong and profound stories. I'll leave you to interpret that one yourself. Well, how about this in an astro world? So here's an image of mine, and this one did quite well, got an APOD and all that sort of stuff. But, you know, yes, there's a technical story to it, you know. You can read that for yourself there. But the story behind the picture was that it reminded me of this painting by Van Gogh, the famous Sunflowers. And when I was arranging this, framing it on the back of my camera, I thought, you know, something just triggered in the back of my mind that, oh my gosh, this really reminds me of a bunch of sunflowers from this painting that I had a really good art teacher at school, so I guess that helped. And indeed, you know, the story that it told was enough to perhaps get it recognised by the APOD guys and get whatever it is, 3 million hits on their website that day, and, you know, 2,500 shares on Facebook and all that kind of thing. So if you have a good story, then your picture will probably get good recognition. There's a very well-known international astrophotographer from Finland called JP Metsävainio, and JP's had an exhibition recently of his work, and he's produced a book with, of all people, Brian May from Queen. But he's kind of gone down a similar path here with this homage to the birth of Venus. This is Botticelli's very famous painting that you'd all be familiar with, or perhaps seen it in a book or even in an art gallery. But his version of IC 405 and 410 is not dissimilar. It's somewhat reminiscent of the composition of the painting. So it's pretty cool to be able to see this sort of thing and hit these emotional triggers that we all carry. And indeed, the ultimate would be something called pareidolia. Now, in case you're not familiar with this term, this is what it's all about. This is seeing what isn't there. This is your mind trying to understand or make sense out of something that really doesn't make sense at all. Here's an example. You may have seen this one. This is a very famous picture taken by a Viking orbiter around Mars, 1976, I think it was. Pre-Facebook, pre-Instagram, and the whole world suddenly saying, there's life on Mars.
There's a giant man on Mars.
You know, my eldest son is absolutely fascinated by Martian rovers. He can tell you every single one of them, where they are, how far into their journey they are, or where they've gone. But I can assure you that even with Martian rovers and orbiters and every other technology that's available to us today, there ain't no life currently that we know of on Mars. Or how about Sauron looking at you, the evil eye? Is he peering at you from Mordor, or is it just that the Helix Nebula does resemble a human eye in some cases? And, you know, is the universe giving us the finger?
I do like that one.
Again, that's a Hubble image, and it does exist. It's what appears to us to be a fairly small little thing in the Carina Nebula, but it's real. So how can we use pareidolia in our images? Well, here's an image that I shot in the Large Magellanic Cloud of N44. Now, this particular nebula is massive. It's over 1,000 light years across. That more, if you like, in the center is in itself 200 light years across. So we're talking about a huge thing in space. But it's this wacky looking, bizarre shaped object that you think, wow. Now, a colleague of mine, a gentleman named Mike Sidonio, aka Strongman Mike, you might know him from Ice and Space or Flickr. Now, Mike shot this as well, and with his permission, he's actually gone and annotated the images, so you can actually see all the different things that he found in N44 everything from Admiral Akbar to gremlins, downhill skiers, frogmouth monsters. It's all there, and that's just our mind trying to interpret and find sense in shapes, if you like. And I think that's what drives us to create powerful and impactful images, so that when a judge goes up to see your picture, or you show it to your friend and it says, oh, that looks like a gremlin, that's their mind making sense out of it and finding something to, I guess, to talk about. Because otherwise, you know, some of these nebulas could be a bit, if you'll pardon the pun, nebulous. So what about the way that we compose images? So composition is something that painters have been, you know, using since antiquity. And here's a little example about the way that, you know, perhaps an image could be framed more dynamically, if you like, the one on the right. And we can easily translate that into the world of astro. So here's a very nice picture of M20, the Triffid. Looks great, sharp, clear, absolutely terrific. You'd be well pleased with that. Here's one that I shot some years back, but framed very differently. I framed this using something called the rule of thirds, so that we can feature M20 in its environment. You get a sense then, there's M21, I think the star cluster up to the top right near 3 o'clock there. And perhaps this tells us a little bit more about the environment in which that nebula resides. You don't have to just put your picture, your subject, in the middle. Yes, there may be some arguments there that, you know, your telescope is designed so that, you know, the central point of it is, you know, ultimately the sharpest and best optically perfect place to put your subject. But how about this one? This one's by Andrew Lead. Now, Andrew, I've been mentoring Andrew a little bit lately. I probably don't have to when you see the quality of the images he's putting out himself. This is like his third image, I think. And it's absolutely fabulous. Not only is it technically wonderful from the point of view of handling the dynamic range, he's got the core well sorted out there, and every star is pin sharp, but he's also included, I think it's M121 on the far left there at about 10 o'clock to give scale. You know, because there's that globular cluster there, now we can get a sense of the true majesty and scale of 47 Took. It's a really well-produced image, and hats off to him. And again, he hasn't just stuck it in the middle. So let's talk about another little thing that happens a lot. And that's the just because you can fit two objects in your picture doesn't mean you should. Sorry. All right, here's the example. So in this case, we've got a lovely silhouette. You've got the gentleman there. Obviously, you can see the picture. But your eye goes from the gentleman to the tree, to the gentleman, to the tree. And it doesn't have anywhere to comfortably rest. It rests in this void in the middle where there's nothing really going on in the picture. And indeed, here's a lovely picture by Christian Burge. And again, we see this often. We see two nebulas side by side, but your eye kind of goes from one to the other, to one to the other, and it kind of disappears in this black hole in the middle. And it doesn't really kind of work in some ways. Here's another classic pairing by Jean-Francois, and I believe he actually won an award for this image, and good on him. But again, your eye darts from 82 to 83 and backwards and forwards, and it kind of resides with this hole in the middle. So maybe it's not the best use of the frame. So let's go back to that rule of thirds again. So here's your classic portrait using the rule of thirds. Essentially, you're balancing the image, giving it some negative space on the right-hand side here. Here's another example. So these are obviously terrestrial examples, classic landscapes, but when we're framing up our astro images, we can do exactly the same thing. So here's a couple of examples for you, and a little bit of trivia, just, you know, the rule of thirds is not something I've invented by any means. It's been around for, you know, 200 or 300 years. So here's an astro image using the rule of thirds really well. Jim Metzger's framed NGC 2244. beautifully. Oh, and a bit of trivia, if you use your imagination at the top right quadrant there, that section, they call that the mermaid.
Well, it looks like a skull to me.
Yep, I think you've got to hold your mouth right and spin the code around at a different angle and so forth, but there it is. We've already talked about this one. Well, how about this fabulous image by James Garlick? Now, James is from Tasmania, and he picked up a Malin Award for this beautiful image of the Southern Aurora, perfectly framed, using the rule of thirds. Or indeed, we can use our field of view to create dynamic images. So this is the Fighting Dragons of Ara, NGC 6188, an image I was lucky enough to win a David Malin Award, Deep Space category 2015. Here's the same subject, but now I've shot this with a different telescope, a much wider field of view. The one on the left was with a William Optics FLT 110, and the one on the right is using a Stellarvue SV70T with a field of view of 2 by 3 degrees. So suddenly we can see the context of these two fighting dragons, and we can really now see what's happening in space around those guys. We can almost see where those molecular clouds are formed or forming, and indeed we can get a sense of the power and the majesty that's going on there as these molecular clouds are twisted into sort of works of art, if you like. And there's this wacky bipolar nebula down the bottom left-hand side there, which I first thought when I was imaging that, I thought, oh damn, I've stuffed up here something on the chip, but in actual fact, it's real. It's there. Space does throw up some wacky things.
It's photo bombing your shot.
Exactly.
Yeah. Looks good though. Beautiful image.
This image, I'm not sure what they were smoking the night they named this one at the Anglo-Australian Observatory, but this is called the Running Chicken Nebula. And I have no idea where you can see a running chicken there. To me, it looks more like Jar Jar Binks. But you can find your own interpretation of that. But again, using that same wide field telescope, I was able to include the entire nebula and the Pearl cluster to the far left. And it was a bit, a bit fortuitous that I literally picked up that telescope from the TNT depot on the way to a star party, took it out of the box literally for the first time, set it up, shot this image and got an APOD for it. So that was a little bit of a lucky story in some ways. But visiting the same target with a much longer focal length now. So here I've visited this using a Newtonian 1147 millimeter focal length telescope from Sidereal Trading. In fact, is a very, very nice telescope, hand-built by Diego himself. But in this case, we can now zero in on some of the details and structures within that nebula. And down the bottom, you can see the coal miner stoking the fires. You can see the Misty Mountain just behind him, the Misty Mountain top there. And because this one I've rendered it starless, you can clearly see the Bok globules at around halfway through down the image, the star-forming regions themselves, the interstellar dust. So different perspectives using the same object. Now, obviously, we can't change our field of view, at least, not until Elon Musk gets us to Mars, but we can certainly change the way that we approach something by using a different instrument. Or indeed, we might think about colour and colour palettes. And so essentially, any kind of photography, we want to make sure we come up with something that looks really good. And there's a handy-dandy gadget here called the colour wheel. Now, this image on the left is using complementary colours, very strong and very bold. You can clearly see the purple and the green on opposite sides of the colour wheel. It's a bold, powerful image. Here is one much more subtle. This is using colours essentially on the same side of the colour wheel, almost monochromatic in its feel. So what happens if we take that into astro? Well, this image on the left is by Neil Creek, who's a local photographer in Melbourne, and Neil won a Malin Award for this image. And it's a beautiful use of incorporating light pollution within an image in an artistic and beautiful way. So this is, I think, looking at it like Epilogue from memory, possibly that's Ballarat in the background. But again, you've got the warm into cold, you've got the warmth of the light glow of the light pollution contrasted against the deep dark blues of the Milky Way. And he's framed it beautifully, as you'd expect a professional photographer would. So a deserving image, and I think that was the cover of the Ice and Space calendar as well. On the opposite side of the colour wheel, an image from the Insight Astronomy Photographer of the Year a couple of years ago. Again, strong use of colour with contrasting colours. Hope you're getting something out of this. Give us a shout out if you're out there in StreamYard land or wherever you are today. If anyone's watching from somewhere outside of Australia, give us a hoy so we know you're there. Sorry, it's I think 3 o'clock in the morning in Great Britain, but in the States I think it's about 9 o'clock last night. So
we've got nothing else.
Say hi.
We've got nothing else to do in Great Britain at the moment. So
I thought I'd show you a little bit of technique here. This is not a technique talk, but this is using the same subject but shooting it 4 different ways. So for many of us, we start out with a telescope and a DSLR camera, and we can create a beautiful image just like this one Benjamin Barre has of M42. And there's nothing wrong with it, it looks great. However, many of us on our journey, we advance up to a mono camera, or indeed we start introducing filters. In this case, we've introduced a hydrogen alpha filter, Africa here. And hydrogen alpha at 656 point something or other nanometers is almost invisible to us. So we're talking a very red color of light. But if we have a camera that is sensitive enough and it doesn't have the IR cut filter that the DSLR does, which in fact removes hydrogen alpha, then suddenly we can let the HA show through and we can see more of the structure of the nebula coming through. Indeed, we can take that even further by then using an oxygen filter, ionized oxygen filter, as well as the hydrogen alpha, as Druidus and Goldman have here on the left. And now we can really see what's going on in M42. There's a lot happening up there. And I think you'd admit that we're taking our very nice original DSLR picture to a whole new level now, because we're starting to see the unseen. And indeed, we can take that all the way to a complete narrowband image of M42 here, using the ionized oxygen, ionized sulfur, and hydrogen alpha filters, and assigning them different colors. Many people would probably argue that M42 looks better in natural colors, and I think we had Paul Hasey on earlier who won a Malin Award, in fact the entire competition some years back, with a very beautiful image of M42, which was in sort of true natural colors, if you like. But I think it's just a little bit interesting to see it in narrowband as well. How about this? Now, I mentioned David Malin a few times, and I guess I'll mention him a lot throughout the talk because he's regarded as the godfather of astrophotography, and he ran the Anglo-Australian telescope for the best part of 30-odd years. But this was, I guess, his image of the Triffid, and it was a kind of iconic standalone image. And I wanted to see, well, okay, I'm in Burwood in Melbourne. I'm not far from the ASV. I'm in light pollutionville. I'm under a Bortle 6 or 7 sky. What could I possibly do with my sidereal trading 10-inch Newtonian that might somehow emulate that image? And so working really, really hard with dealing with gradients from hell, I came up with this image. I had to come up with some new techniques, in fact, using blue just as a luminance to, in fact, try and get some of that reflected nebulosity to show through, because it's really quite hard from light pollution fill, and obviously you can see my star colors are suffering a bit from being in light pollution. But just the challenge was there, you know. Sometimes they throw these things out at you and you think, well, let's see how close we can get. Let's see what we can do. Now, of course, we don't have to stop there. We can then think, all right, let's put a hydrogen alpha filter on and see what that does here. So the one on the right is LRGB, the one on the left, we've now introduced hydrogen alpha. Now, the good thing about hydrogen alpha is we can now see all that rich hydrogen field behind M20, and we can really see all that I guess, nebulosity showing through, but the downside is it tends to overpower that subtle blue reflection nebulosity, which we've lost in this case. But, you know, it's the trade-off. And then, of course, we don't stop there. We go all the way and we go full narrowband on this thing. And now we've introduced the ionized sulfur filter as well. And it's a very different view of the same target. I mean, I could poll the room now and say, okay, who likes the hydrogen one, who likes the LRGB one, and who likes the narrowband one? And I reckon we'd probably get, you know, even third splits on each one.
Well, there you go. Everyone, comment which one you prefer. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
as you go through, continue on, and we'll get everyone to just tell us which one of those they like the most, and
okay,
I'll let you know how they go.
Each image tells a different story, but again, subjectively, they present differently.
I like the one on the right-hand side myself that was there.
There you go. So here's another technique that's been popular and coming in well lately. So this is classic Statue of Liberty Nebula. It's appropriate for our American friends right now that we see this one. So I think it's Stephen Maslin, who's an American astrophotographer, who coined this popular name for this thing, which is interesting because it's in the southern hemisphere and they can't see it. So this is not far away from Carina. It's a great target, and you know, people tell us that, you know, it looks a bit like the Statue of Liberty. Well, it does, but if you take the stars out, now it really does. And now we can really clearly see Liberty standing there. But you know what's really interesting? The pareidolia thing kicks in here again. A mate of mine, I showed this to him, and he said, oh yeah, that's the keyboard player from Duran Duran, you know, about to pound down, and I can't unsee that now, you know?
Oh, you've just ruined it for me.
Sorry.
It really does look like he's about to smack those keys.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And here's some trivia for you. When I was much younger and had hair and I was working in England as an assistant, I assisted the photographer who made all his money out of Duran Duran, and taught me a great deal about dealing with people and rock stars and all that kind of stuff. There's some stories to tell there, I can tell you.
So just so you know, I think we've got 8 votes so far for the HARGB.
Oh, cool.
About 3 for the LRGB, a couple for the original process, and 1 for the RGB.
Excellent.
So,
excellent.
Good mix there. Good mix.
Oh, that's fun. All right. Let's keep going. Here's a fantastic picture by Peter Ward. Now, Peter is a bit of a legend in Australian astrophotography. He works out of Sydney. He images from light pollutionville and is in the burbs. But this one, he picked up the nebula, stars and nebula category this year for the Insight Astronomy Photography of the Year competition. And here again, we've taken this same target, stripped out the stars, but the color palette he's used, and you can read the text there, it's sampled to match press images from Australian bushfires. This image tells a story. And the judges obviously thought, wow, okay, that's a good story to tell. And so there you go. And so we thank Peter for sharing that with us, because it's a great image. This is by Lee Borsboom. Now, Lee's one of those photographers who uses equipment that really punches above its weight. So he's using a Newtonian, and he's better known for shooting galaxies, and he does an amazing job with modest equipment of his galaxies. But he's moved over to the dark side. He's shooting a few nebulas now, and this image of M8 is no exception. It's beautiful. It's classic Hubble Space Telescope color palette, and the Hubble Space Telescope color palette is where we assign hydrogen alpha to green, ionized sulfur to red, and ionized oxygen to blue. And so we end up with these kind of golden hues and amazing, beautiful colors. There's a gentleman in America who's a bit of a legend in some ways, in that he's creating new and interesting techniques himself. And his name's Eric Coles. And Eric's producing some extraordinary works recently. Now, this is the same target. It's using the same technique, but he's processed it using something he's come up with called multi-level tone mapping. Now, what might you ask is that? So in Lee's image, we saw lots of blue, for example, where the ionized oxygen was kind of very, very, very dominant in this image. What Eric has done is he's used the histogram selectively to balance the amount of oxygen coming through in various areas. Now, you might argue that, well, that's not real, that's not a scientifically valid image, and you might equally argue that all of this is arbitrary because we're assigning colours to images that, you know, don't exist anyway. But in this case, damn, it makes a pretty picture. So interesting stuff, and I'm just putting this out there that, you know, to create a dynamic image, and this one certainly is no exception, we might have to process things a little differently. Indeed, here's another example that he's done, and a link to a YouTube video that he's created where he actually documents this entire process over about an hour and a half. So feel free to pause and still and capture that link and go and check that out for yourselves if you're interested in what is probably the most funky astro processing technique that's going on right now.
I might get you to send me that link, Andy, and I'll post it to the ASV pages later today.
No worries. So, research. Let's talk about what we're going to image. We've talked about different ways of seeing, we've talked about different ways of framing, but maybe we should talk a little bit about image choices and target selection, because I often go to these beautiful dark sky star parties, indeed like this one we're supposed to be at right now at NIL. And, you know, when everything's up and running and working perfectly, touch wood, I like to go around the field and, you know, sort of say hi and, you know, what are you imaging tonight? And more often than not, people will tell me, well, I don't know, I haven't decided yet, or I'm not sure, or, you know, I'm imaging M42. You know, it's like, there's so many more things to image out there. Let's give everyone some tools as to thinking about how we could maybe find something new to image to create that dynamic image. So the image I'm showing you here is something from Galaxy Map. I'm going to bring it up a little bit bigger so we can talk about that in more detail now. So what we're looking at here is a supercosmos hydrogen alpha survey of the Milky Way. So effectively, a Google map of space, if you like. We've got research telescopes around the globe, and they literally point up, take a picture, move a few arc seconds to the left, take a picture, a few degrees left, take another picture, and eventually they'll build up this survey map, if you like. And this is free to everyone. Anyone can access these, and this is not the only one that's out there. But the nice thing is, suddenly we can see all these interesting targets that we all know, but we could also see other things there that we can image. So if we spin over to the far left of this image, at about 9 o'clock, you'll see inverted. There's my Sagittarius sunflowers. We talked about that earlier. As we come across to the center, we talked about an image with the lobster and the Cat's Paw Nebula together, and you can see them clearly, right in the middle. Further off to the right, it's very bright in this one because it's, you know, a very bright nebula, but that's where the fighting dragons of Ara are. But what caught my eye here was this strange filamentary net, if you like, at the bottom half of the picture on the right-hand side at around 10 o'clock. There's this arc, this web, if you like, tendrils, and I thought, what the heck is that? And I researched and Googled, and I couldn't find any images of this thing, and I couldn't even find a name for this thing. So I thought, right, here we go. This is I'm on a mission. We're going to shoot this thing. So here's the image that I came up with. Now, I didn't realize I was creating quite a rod for my own back when I shot this, because even with my 2x3 degree field of view on my widest telescope, this is a 6-panel mosaic. It took 6 months to shoot this thing. Yeah, you heard that right, 6 months, one image. Crazy, I know. But it's the only image in color that anyone's taken of it to date. And I've Googled this as recently as this morning, and still no one's done another version of it. Maybe they're not crazy enough to want to spend 6 months imaging something. So what are we looking at? This is a supernova remnant. So a very, very old supernova remnant. So that what we're seeing here is the hydrogen alpha remnants, if you like, of a star in the center that's gone supernova and scattered its, stellar material across the universe, and it's still expanding, in fact. So this is in hydrogen alpha and RGB for the stars.
So I think you might have just set a challenge for some of the astro guys who are watching at the moment.
Well, this is the thing, you know, anyone who's got a, let me see, maybe a TAC Baby Q or a FSQ 106 and a full frame camera, you know, you'd probably you'd get this in 2 panels, I reckon.
There you go. Challenge has been set. I'd like to see some images. I'd like to share some.
Let's put it out there, and you know, don't hold back. Let's do it in full narrowband. You know, let's not just do it in hydrogen alpha. There you go. Alrighty. How about this one? So this is a slightly different portion of the Milky Way, again using the same survey. And up on your top left there, at about 10 o'clock, you can see the Vela supernova remnant, very popular target, wonderful target. Again, 10 or 11,000 years ago, a star has exploded and gone supernova, scattered and ejected its stellar material across the universe. And I mean, gosh, these things are going at 500,000, kilometers a second or something. And this superheated material is now interacting with stellar dust, and it's creating these amazing patterns that you can see there, which we can photograph using, narrowband filters. Great. But as we follow this image all the way around to the far right-hand side, we kind of follow a line through the middle of there. And indeed, my background behind this image is in fact this same area. This is what we call the electric guitar cluster. I don't know who names these things, but it's fun. But down the bottom is the area of interest, this thing that looks like a tooth. It's like, okay, once again, what is this? Haven't seen this image before. What's going on? Researched the heck out of it, couldn't find an image of it, so I thought, right, here we go. Let's have a crack at this. And I think this is 2 or 3 years ago I shot this. So it turns out it's called BBW56. And unusually, there's no ionized oxygen here. So I've shot this using the hydrogen alpha, the ionized sulfur, and an unusual filter, ionized nitrogen, which is very close in bandwidth to hydrogen alpha. In fact, if you have a hydrogen alpha filter of 5 nanometers, you've included the narrowband of nitrogen. You have to actually use a 3 nanometer hydrogen alpha filter to separate the nitrogen out. But why would I want to do that? So I can create a tricolor image. David Malan likes blue and yellow pictures. There's a tip, people. So this is in true color, this would be red, red, and redder. But in narrowband, we can play a little bit with our color palette. Now, great minds think alike.
We've got a question here for you from Lee.
Yeah.
What do you use to mosaic? I'm sans focal reducer at the moment, so unable to get wide enough shots without a mosaic. So how do you mosaic?
I mosaicked that one, that was a few years back, the hard way, literally lining it up and then moving it across a little bit and then down a bit and then making sure I had enough overlap. And I used Reggie Star to align all the images, which was an app that you could purchase for doing mosaics. Nowadays, gosh, SGP has a mosaic wizard built into it. Voyager has the same thing built into it. Nowadays it's a lot easier to create a mosaic. But as I was saying, great minds think alike, and within the same week of producing this image, I think, in fact, virtually the same day, Mike Tedonio was imaging the same thing. And he imaged this area, BBW56, in hydrogen alpha. And with this orientation and his field of view, it looked a little bit like the, what is it called that? The jolly big giant, great jolly green giant. Anyway, his nose. It looks...
I can see a very sad, I can see the face of a very sad rooster.
Yeah, there you go. Cool. And indeed, John Gleason, who is an astrophotographer who does amazing panoramas and mosaics, he's virtually mapped, the whole heavens now. If you jump onto the net and look up John Gleason and some of his images, you'll just be amazed. But you can see in the top right section of this image, we can see BBW56 there, as well as right in the center is the Vela supernova remnant. There's a lot of stuff up there in space, so we don't have to limit ourselves to, being the 45,000th version of M42. Nothing wrong with M42. here's one that's topical at the moment, because right now in November, we're out of Milky Way season. All of the interesting nebulas are not really accessible to us as we wait for the transition from the south to the north. So all the running chicken and Eta Carina and all that kind of stuff is probably a bit low, and Orion's still coming up at, probably 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning now, so a bit late. So we can turn our interest to the LMC, the Large Magellanic Cloud, because there's lots of cool stuff to see in it. And indeed, there's some wacky shapes in there. Now, everyone knows the Tarantula Nebula. It's kind of the M42 of the Large Magellanic Cloud. But there's lots and lots of other interesting little nebulas within this region that can be photographed. They're above the Tarantula, directly above it at about 10 o'clock there's the Southern Seagull Nebula. In fact, that little train there leading on towards N44, which I showed you earlier, that's kind of the wacky races, if you remember Dick Dastardly and the Perils of Pauline Pitstop. I mean, there's some wacky looking things in there. Up to the far top right, it's just photobombing in the corner, there's something called the Beam Nebula. But in addition to that, there's some other guys there who just don't seem to be getting the astrophotography love that they deserve. So, for example, right in the middle, and just go up a few degrees, there's something there with a fairly bright star. And then also far down to the right, there's a clump of stuff that, again, doesn't seem to get much interest. So let's focus on those right now. So here's the one from the middle. This is NGC 1871. I think there's only a couple of images out there of this in the world, including this one. And I call it the hookah pipe because it reminds me of, those shishas that they smoke in Egypt. And you've got indeed this amazing smoke ring up there at 12 o'clock, which is like, what the heck? How did that form? And again, having, I think it's gamma, can't remember the name of the star now, it'll come back to me later. Right in the middle there, Gamma Velorum. No, it's not Gamma Velorum. No, I won't say it because Perry will pick up on it and tell me, Andy, no, that's wrong.
I'm waiting for him to comment.
Sorry?
I'm waiting for him to comment.
But it's just an extraordinary nebula that, doesn't seem to get a lot of love. And indeed, this is my very latest image. I only shot this one last week. And I call this one the Carnival of the Animals. That's that other little area that I showed you before. I don't think there's another image of this thing out there in isolation of this particular area. Yes, you'll see these guys in wide field shots, but nobody seems to have taken the time to actually focus in on this one quite like this. And, these little guys deserve their love too. Come on, people.
Well, there you go. There's a lot of challenges being set today. I like this. So
yeah, it's all good. And of course, the LMC is well known for the super bubbles. So down the bottom, we've got a super bubble there for you to see. Super bubbles are Wolf-Rayet stars. So essentially, they're a star that's superheated, and it's got this stellar wind zooming around it with ionized oxygen, and the sharpless SH2308 is a well-known example of a Wolf-Rayet star superbubble. So, where to from here, folks? Is it time to try something new or different? Do we want to maybe look at, the justifying to the wife why you need to buy a new scope, just so you can have a different field of view? Are we going to continue plonking our image right in the middle, or are we going to think a little bit about, what's around it that might give it context? Do we want to look at one of these new techniques that's out there, or indeed these new processing methods? I can tell you right now, there's a lot of scuttlebutt going on in Astrobin, where I'm a judge there, behind the scenes of the use of Topaz AI noise reduction, which is in fact making images that are from a 5-inch scope look like they're taken by professional instruments. How about the colour palette we use? Do we want to stick with this traditional tried and true, or we want to try something new? Or indeed, do we want to stretch ourselves and go and find something new and different to photograph that maybe no one's ever photographed before? Remember, the whole point of this is to have fun, but at the same time to create something that has got impact, something with emotion, and something that tells a story.
Some beautiful images in that session there, Andy.
So, once again, guys, if you're interested in getting any help with your astrophotography, I'd be more than happy to assist virtually with one-on-one mentoring. The sessions are $147 Australian or 95 US. And there's a special on this weekend for you lovely people watching today where you can get 6 sessions for the price of 5 if you want to. And that's where you can find me. And I'd just like to thank you for your attention today. And it's been a pleasure coming along and speaking with you all.
So if anyone's got any questions about what they've just seen, or any questions just in general about what they can image, chuck up a comment now and we'll get Andy to answer. We've got a little bit of spare time. We're actually running on schedule now.
There you go.
So yeah, if anyone's, I think Moral Traveller was saying that the dragon's heart that you showed was amazingly beautiful. And it was. It's a beautiful shot. Oh, here we go. We have a question.
Cool.
What is the minimum recommended time to spend on a target before starting to process?
Depends on where you want to go with that. I think you can start, as I do, maybe on a given night I might get 6 or 7 hours of data. I'll probably process that straight away just to see what I'm getting and how much noise is going to be produced. And you can usually work out that if it's looking pretty noisy, you might have to double or triple the amount of signal you're getting, particularly with narrowband imaging, particularly from the suburbs. Now, if you're out at a dark site, yeah, that's all totally different because you'll get much better signal to noise ratio out there.
So you can probably get away with your 6 to 7 hours out there as opposed to in the city.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And of course, it also depends on the, I guess, the ratio of your instrument. You know, if you've got a nice, fast Newtonian f4 scope like I had from, the guys at Sidereal before I, moved it on and got the TAC, you'll get your data twice as fast. So my TAC's running at about f7, f6, 5.6 with the reducer. But gee, that f4 Newtonian sure did suck down the photons, and you just can't beat that for a light bucket, Really, really cool.
Anybody else got any questions for Andy before we finish it up? I think you've wowed everybody with images, and the challenge has definitely been set. So. I think most of the ASV guys in particular know that I like to put up images on the ASV Instagram page and share their images when they post them in their main members forums. So I'm expecting some new, unique targets that I've not seen before now. Yep. I think it's going to be pretty clear tonight, guys.
Yep. So you've got 3 clear nights coming up.
3 clear nights. Nobody needs to sleep. So... getting a lot of thank yous, great presentations. Thank you, Andy. Somebody said that other one that you put up earlier, the one you said looked like a giant, looked like the BFG.
That's it, the BFG. Yeah, you got it.
Here we go. So, Nicholas, yes, the video will be on the ASV's YouTube, on the Astronomical Society of South Australia's YouTube as well. So it'll remain up on ours, definitely. So you can go back and watch it as many times as you want, get as much information as you need to get out of the presentation. It won't be going anywhere. Andy, thank you very much.
It's been an absolute pleasure coming along, guys. I hope you got something out of it. I look forward to seeing some dynamic images coming up soon.
That'd be your phone going off there.
No, it's the doorbell. That'll be the
time to go.
The aunt with the cake for Junior.
Well, have a good party.
All right, guys. I'll sign off. Thanks so much for having me again. Clear skies, everyone. Take it easy.
Thank you. See you later. And we'll see everybody else shortly for the next stream.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
It's time, ladies and gentlemen, to do the grand prize drawings. I want you to know that all the numbers were put back into the number generator so that everybody is eligible for the 2 grand prizes. Okay? Aaliyah, draw the first number for the grand prize.
20.
Number 20 won 1 of 2 grand prizes. Pat, what did they win?
And the winner of Grand Prize number 1 is number 20, Daniel Stouter. And you've won Explore Scientific 20mm and 5mm 100-degree eyepieces with case. Congratulations, it's a great prize.
Okay, we're going to have Olivia draw the number for the second grand prize. Olivia, draw the number, please.
199.
199. Pat, grand prize number 199. Who won it and what did they win?
The winner is number 199, Bruce Collier, and you've won an Explore Scientific 25mm eyepiece with a 100-degree field of view with case. Congratulations, it's a great prize. Thanks again, Explore Scientific.
All right, guys, we made it. Thank you for joining us for the 2021 Winter Star Party Virtual Edition.
We hope to see everybody in person next year at the 38th Annual Winter Star Party in Camp Wassumpke, Scout Key, Florida.
I'd like to thank our sponsors for providing us with all the great door prizes. We'd also like to give a special thank you to Explore Scientific's Explore Alliance for allowing us to air this stuff on their network. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Scott.
And don't forget, keep looking up.